All right, here we are. So, for those of you that this might be your first time finding my channel, I just completed a game dev course. It's on YouTube. It's 100% free, and today marks the day that the last lesson went live. So, pretty exciting. It's been over a year in the works. Mostly took so long because I got 2 new jobs in that year, so it's been a little bit of a struggle trying to balance everything, but you know, we got there, we did it. So yeah, I thought it'd just be fun to have a little stream to celebrate, go over some of the things that we've done in that time, and answer any questions people may have, not just for the course, but for Unreal Engine in general. And yeah, I'm really pretty happy about today. So I guess I could start by just playing our first game, which was a project called Ball Maze. We made this in week 1 of the course, and then came back to it in week 8, put some finishing touches on it. So let's try it. Oh, that music's gonna be let's turn off this music. Oh my god, it's so loud. I can't even hear myself think. Alright, so we're gonna start this game. Yeah, that is probably too loud. See how this does. Yeah, I mean, it's probably still too loud, but hey, let's go here. Streaming at its finest. All right, that should be good. You should be able to hear me talk now. So the point of the course was really just to teach some of the basics of game dev using Unreal Engine. So we don't get crazy. We don't do anything too crazy. Although towards the course we start to get into some kind of more intermediate concepts. But yeah. So this is the first game that we make in the project or in the course. So we can hit start game, and then there's a few levels that we can pick from. And I'll just start with level 1 because this one's pretty fun. And the point of this game is we got to get all the coins. There's this little light on the other side of this wall. That's going to open up and become a portal once we get all the coins. So we got a counter up top telling us how many coins we got. And then we'll just grab these coins, kind of navigating this maze. So in this project, we learn about, you know, some of the basics of Unreal Engine, how to set up actors, how to set up variables. We learn a little bit about how the engine works, how to make some new levels, how to make, you know, everything in the course is supposed to be very, you know, stable and expandable, scalable. So, you know, we're trying to use best practices And a big part of the course was that I spent like 6 months just doing a ton of research. So we'll see here, grab that last one. Now that portal opened up. Now I can go there and get out of this world. So I spent like 6 months just learning on, just reading the documentation, doing a bunch of research on Unreal Engine, and trying to figure out the best way to make a course, the best way to teach everyone as much as I could about Unreal Engine in 8 weeks, basically. So it's a lot packed into that 8 weeks, to be honest. If you're starting from zero, you're gonna learn a ton. So we can go here, we can go to the next level, we can try to repeat this level, maybe beat our best time, or we can go back to the main menu. So let's do the next level. This one's kind of interesting. So in this one, one of the things that I wanted to do is make, some interesting features for a game like this. Just navigating a maze and collecting coins isn't that fun. So I went more of like a puzzle route for my project. One of the things with the course is I try to enable people to just kind of make games their own and not just kind of follow along. So I teach some of the basics and then, give people the opportunity to try to make it their own. So here we have these portals and they transfer me to a different ball of a different color. And then I have this switch here and opens that door over there. And I can go back to the green ball and I can be done with this level. So yeah, in the course, what I'm really trying to do is enable people to become kind of self-sustaining. I think a lot of developers get caught in what I call the tutorial loop, where you're just kind of following one tutorial after another, never really understanding why you're doing something or why to do one thing over another thing, which I think can be really frustrating. And I think a lot of developers end up getting discouraged. So what I try to do with this course is just really make people, show you the concept, show you the tools, but also enable you to kind of make decisions on your own and not just get caught in that loop that all of us hate so much. So yeah, we'll go to this next level. This one was pretty interesting. In this one, I implemented the ability to, I guess, die, restart. So if you fall off the ledges, you got to restart the level, which is really interesting. This one, so my daughter was a big playtester for this game, and this level frustrated her a lot. I actually made a lot of updates to it because it was just a lot of times like it was just too hard for her. I mean, she's only 9, so like this ramp used to be much narrower. This wall wasn't here because she kept falling off. She would get going too fast. I made the ramp less steep so you could kind of like slowly go up it. Oh no. Oh no. All right. This is also the first time you can get to the end of the level and have to like actually redo it, which is why I made it so you could fall off as well. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the course. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. The thing about Unreal Engine that I love, I'm not a programmer by trade. I dabbled with a few things before I started learning Unreal Engine, but never really in any like meaningful way. It was always just kind of like overwhelming, and honestly, I always felt like with programming, like especially because a lot of like beginner courses, like if you take like a C++ course or a C# course or a JavaScript course, like it takes so long in order to be able to like create something like tangible. Like so many courses are like, hey, here's how to print hello world, and here's what a variable is, and here's what a function is, and like by like a few lessons in, you're just like, can I just make something already? Like I just want to make something. I don't like, it's great to have those foundations, but like at the end of the day, I want to have something tangible, and I got really frustrated. I would get discouraged. The thing I loved about game dev is like you make something tangible almost immediately. And in my course, I think like by like the first couple lessons are probably just a little bit of information. I haven't watched the first lessons in a long time, so I can't remember what's in them honestly. But I think like by lesson 5 or 6, you have something like you could play, like something you've made from scratch that you can play. Um, so I think that's one of the things I loved about game dev when I started learning it is like it doesn't take that much to get to something tangible. And I think for that reason, it's like a great place for anyone that wants to learn programming to start, because you just you can like see the fruits of your labor, and being able to use blueprints to me is just like kind of cuts out that like gap where it's just lines of code and it's really annoying and frustrating. Like I'm a visual learner, so being able to see things in like a visual way, like graphically, just makes so much more sense to me. And like I've been doing this now for 5 or 6 years, so I can write in C++, I can write in C#, I can do a little bit of JavaScript, like I've learned a little bit of like React, but blueprints is, to me, is just like the way my brain works. So I hope with the course, like you can get what you want. You know, you can learn and continue to develop your programming skills. And then by the end of the course, like even if you can't write code, you understand a lot of the principles, and like 90% of this would translate to writing it in C# or C++. Like if you went to Unity and want to learn C#, a lot of those principles are going to be the same, like a function is a function, right? If you wanted to learn C++ using Unreal Engine, like actually the nodes that you use in blueprints are just functions. Like those, if you look behind the like under the hood, every node is just someone wrote a function and then made it into a node. That's all stuff you could do through Unreal Engine. So I think this level, yeah, this one takes a while. So I wanted to like make this, if you look at the map, oh, there's some weird artifacts. If you look at the map from overhead, there's like 4 quadrants to this map, and each one is like controlling a different ball. This level, actually, my daughter, when she was playtesting it, broke it. You can actually get going fast enough in this level and like jump the wall, which was fun for her. Yeah, HTML. I think a lot of people start with it, and it's like, I mean, it's cool because you can like make a web page, but like nowadays nobody writes HTML. Like, I think you need to understand it as a web developer, but like everyone's just using like React or one of those other frameworks. All right, which color was next? I want to say, was it blue? But yeah, I was the same way. Like I had done like some stuff when I was much younger. I mean, when I was younger, like none of these frameworks existed also, so, or not in any meaningful way at least. So like today, like nowadays, like just having access to these resources, like YouTube is such an amazing thing. Like if that existed when I was a kid, I would have never done anything except for just watch YouTube all day and just try to learn stuff. But yeah, I think you'll find, like, if you're not someone that's like traditionally trained as a programmer, I think you'll find that blueprints is actually fairly easy to grasp, and like there's gonna be a lot of haters out there that are like, it's not real programming. Yeah, I completely disagree with people that talk like that. It's just not really, like, it doesn't really add anything to the conversation. Like, you're learning how to program. Like, what difference does it make what language you're using? Yeah, this is where this is where my daughter actually broke the map. Let's see if I think I fixed it. I put a big invisible wall, but you can go right here, and you can hit this thing, and it's like a ramp. Yeah, I put an invisible wall. She figured that out though, like on her own. She's like, look. It's like, wow, congrats. I'm learning Blue and I don't fully understand Node. I research until I understand. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. Yeah, when I was younger, I was like that. Um, I would just like get completely obsessed. I still am to some point. Specifically, like if there's a bug and I don't know what's going on, I like legitimately, even if it's not, even if it's not important, like it's not breaking the game, it's not really doing anything. It's just kind of like, oh, I found this bug. It's really annoying. I like can't move on until I fixed it, and it's like I get obsessed with it. Like I need to fix this bug. But yeah, as I've gotten older, like I've become less obsessive about things, except for bug fixes. Those never move on from. But like I've definitely kind of like, did I forget some coins somewhere? 2 coins. Where are you? Damn it, that's annoying. Are they up here? But yeah, like as I've gotten older, I've become like less concerned with like making sure I understand things fully, just because like I have less time now. But yeah, I completely get it. It's definitely, I get sucked in. And the thing is, like with Unreal Engine, there's so much to learn. I mean, this is just in general, but like there's so much to learn in Unreal Engine that like I think if you just didn't work for an entire year and just spent a year studying Unreal Engine, you still would like barely scratch the surface of what can be accomplished. There's so much to learn. There's so much going on. Maybe a year's a little bit of an over exaggeration. Probably a year you could figure it out. But yeah, I told my daughter she should have helped me design levels. Actually, I think this next level, yeah, this one. She actually helped me design this one. She said there should be trees. There needs to be some trees. So I put these trees down here. She liked them. But yeah, I think the best advice I can give for you if like you get sucked into things is just like set a timer or something on your phone or on your computer or something, and just say like, all right, I want to understand this better. I need to like dig in, but I'm going to set a timer, and if I don't figure it out in 20 minutes, then I'll just move on. I mean, obviously that takes a little bit of discipline, but I think it's at least like gonna help you kind of like not get sucked in for hours onto something. Because I've been there, man. I totally get it. Totally get it. But yeah, if you're popping in now, this stream I'm playing some of the games that we make in my free YouTube course. The course is an Unreal Engine Basics class. It's an 8-week course that you can take on YouTube for 100% for free. I'm never gonna ask for any money for this course. People have actually asked me like, hey, can I like, do you have a Patreon or a PayPal? Can I pay you for something? And to me, it was just like I really wanted to create something that people could follow without there being this like pressure to give me money. Like, this is just a free course, hopefully it helps. Kind of opposite. I've only like 2 hours to learn stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I get that too. When I was during COVID, I seemed like I had a lot more time to like really dig into stuff, but since I've been having to go back to the office to work, it's like you get home, you like make dinner, you get the family going, and you get to bed, and then it's like maybe an hour, maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours if everything goes so smooth. But yeah. So that's the last level. If I go to next level, yeah, it just goes back to the menu. Yeah, honestly, this is like a constant. Like, if you go to the Engine forums a lot, like or Reddit or anywhere where people are talking about Unreal Engine, almost once a week, if not more, someone's gonna ask the question like, should I learn C++? Should I learn Blueprints? Like, what do I need? Like, how do I get better? And here's my thing. I made 4 prototypes. We'll go through them in this stream. This is the first one. I made 4 prototypes in this course. If you go through the course, you learn how to make the same four prototypes. I never write a single line of C++ code. Everything is 100% blueprints. You can make a game using just blueprints. If anybody tells you otherwise, they're just a parrot and they're just repeating something that they heard, because it's completely untrue. You can make actually pretty advanced games in blueprints only. Even nowadays, like with Unreal Engine 5, there's even the ability to make multiplayer games using only blueprints, which is something that didn't previously exist. I think in Unreal Engine 4 they were like starting to get there, but you still needed like some stuff. The point I'm making is you don't need C++, but you should learn C++ at some point. At some point, you should just kind of understand. You should understand like what's going on behind the curtain or under the hood of Unreal Engine if you want to continue to learn it. But because like there are things that you can't do in blueprints. Specifically, like gas is the really big thing right now. Game playability system, which is really, really incredible. There are some plugins that you can use that kind of take some of the C++ out of it, but you need C++ to use gas. And this is like a thing that Unreal Engine is like putting a lot of weight on is gas. Let's turn this music back on. But yeah, like you can make games in blueprints 100%. And if you're doing this like just as an indie dev and you just want to make some fun games, or you're a hobbyist and you just have this idea like, I've always wanted to play a game that was like this, like you can make it in blueprints. There's like I am a huge advocate for learning blueprints and mastering it. But you will get to a point where eventually you should learn some C++. And to answer the next question, so I think like in some of the videos like early on, I talk a lot about Unity. My original intent was to make this a 24-week course. I think I was a little bit I didn't really understand what I was signing up for when I said that, honestly. Like, it took me a year to make this course with my schedule. Like, at the time I started this, I had a little bit more time on my schedule. I got a promotion at my day job, and then I got like a new job after that within the last year. So I have a lot less time. And I also understand more like the amount of time that goes into making a course like this, and really trying to like not cut corners and trying to make sure it's like really high quality, making sure the videos are edited so you're not listening to me like breathe into the microphone, or like I cut out like if I get stuck or if something breaks or something, like I cut out all of that. But I'm rambling. The point is, this is an 8-week course. It's going to be just blueprints only. My original intent was to do a Unity course after this. With the stuff that's going on with Unity right now, I've gotten a lot of feedback that people basically told me they're not interested and they wouldn't watch it, which is really unfortunate, because honestly, with everything that's going on, like people are, I think, taking it maybe a little too far. Like, they're all corporations. Like Epic is a corporation too. They do stuff like, I don't think that what Unity did was right. I'm not like saying that it is, but like I don't think that there's anything that they did that no other corporation in the world would do. Like, they're all just trying to make money and feed the capitalist machine. So I still love Unity. I still think people should learn it, but I'm not going to be doing a course on it right now. Like, especially with the amount of time it takes. Like, I want to create content that people are interested in watching, and if people don't want that, I'm not going to create it. So the next course is going to be a course that teaches some very, very basics of C++, but more specifically, because it is a C++ course, but it's about bridging the gap between blueprints and C++. So I found that when I started learning C++, after knowing blueprints for like a year or two, I found it completely overwhelming. It was like, this is just too much. Like, because no course had really, like, there was Blueprints course and there were C++ courses. And it was like one or the other. And from my opinion, like, Blueprints should, especially if you don't already know a programming language, like Blueprints is the foundation. And then you build upon that with C++. But like, especially in Unreal Engine 5, Unreal Engine is made to run like using Blueprints, with C++ kind of doing the under the hood stuff. So yeah, man, that was a long way to say the next course is a C++ course. It's going to be called like Bridging the Gap, or Blueprints to C++. There are similar courses out there like it. I'm not saying I could do it better, but most of those courses are paid, and I want to continue to make free resources for people to watch on YouTube. Yeah. But yeah, this game called Mortal Shell, huh? I don't know if I should Google that. Is it safe? Oh. Interesting. Looks pretty good. I usually play games like this, but it looks interesting. The reason I don't play games like this is because they're too hard. I'm not good. They frustrate me. Yeah, Mortal Shell game is mostly in Blueprints. Has to be, exactly. Yeah, I think that's what you're gonna find with Unreal Engine is like 90% of things you could probably do in Blueprints, but like there are things that are just done better in C++, specifically like setting up all of your classes and everything. All of the core like functionality should be done through C++, and then you kind of build upon that in Blueprints. So it's almost like if you were to compare it to like building a house, C++ is the foundation. Like you pour the foundation, and then you build up the frame using like wood, or I don't know, cement, or bricks, or whatever you use for building. I don't build houses, but I've seen them built. Pour the foundation, you build the frame. That's C++, and then Blueprints is the drywall, and or maybe the plumbing and electric is also C++. And then all the other stuff, drywall, getting a fresh oven, and the flooring and all the lighting and stuff, picking out what kind of lights you want. That would be Blueprints. That's probably like a decent analogy to how they should work together. But that being said, you can build the foundation and the framework in Blueprints too. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. But it's just sometimes those things are done better in C++. So. But yeah, one of the things like one of my viewers actually did with this game is he made the ability for the ball. Yeah, I have a Discord server. Let me let me put a link in the chat. I gotta open Discord to do that. Where'd it go? Yeah, that's a link to the Discord if you guys want to hop in there. It's actually, so it's funny. I wasn't gonna do a Discord because I just like, I don't want to like do something that's already kind of being done. There's a lot of people out there that already have Discord servers. There's a lot of, good quality Discord servers. And I just kind of didn't want to muddy the waters, but people kept asking for it. So sometimes you think you know the best thing, and then people tell you, no, you don't know what you're doing. So you got to do this. So anyway, I opened one based upon some feedback from one of the viewers, and there's like 60 people in there now. 56. 46. Sorry, math is fun. So it's growing. But I think one of the benefits that I like, I'm not trying to like toot my own horn or something here, but one of the benefits of a smaller Discord server, which mine is currently small, is that it's like you can get to know people a little bit better. Like some of the other ones have like 15,000 people in them, and it's just like, you know, how do you make sense of that? You know, it's like trying to meet every person in your city versus like meeting everyone in your math class. So I think having like a smaller community has been a benefit to people. Just to be able to like be more personal and more engaged with people. But yeah. And you know, it allows me to like talk to people more. Like a lot of people get like, if they get stuck on something in the course, I can kind of walk them through it. They can share screenshots. Like it's really hard to troubleshoot things through YouTube comments. Like I usually say like, hey, check these 5 things and hopefully that works it or makes it better. But now that I have the Discord server, I can just say like, hey, here's what I think it might be, but you know, head to the Discord server, share some screenshots. So what am I doing here? Am I still using the old input system on this one? Yeah. All right. I don't want to. Like. Yeah. It's deprecated, right? But I don't want to put the time into it right now. I'm being a little bit lazy. Well, and also like my goal here was, so we have, I'm going to be doing this for 4 hours. We're like 30 minutes into it. So there's 4 projects, and I was like, hey, let's spend an hour on each project. That'll make for a fun 4-hour stream. So this is the first one. So I'm going to call this special ability. And then here, I'm going to get that. I'm going to call this special ability. Now this BP player is the parent to all the other colored balls, right? So we got a red ball here. So let's open this one up too. We don't need to do any more. Oh, I guess we do need to map it to something, right? Let's map it to space. So add impulse. Yeah, so one of my viewers actually accomplished this, and I thought it was pretty fun. I originally, when I was making this game, like I had the idea, like when I came up with the concept of like having different colored balls, of like, well, what if each ball had a different like special ability that they could do, and like part of solving the puzzles was that you had to find the right ball for it. And jumping was one of the ones that I thought of, but I didn't really like do anything. So I want to give credit to the person that actually came up with this, but you know, I think it's an interesting way to do it. So like the idea is like you can press spacebar. All right, so 10,000 is definitely not enough. What about 100,000? Now I'm gonna jump through the roof. Also with implementing a jump, just remember you give yourself the ability to break your game. So now I need to create a branch here. I'm going to call this is, let's make this a variable. We'll call this is on ground. And what I want to do is I want to I want to create a function called ground check. And I want to do a line trace. And get world location will be the input or the starting point of the line. And then get up vector. This is like a very common line trace function. How to get a job in the game industry. Work hard. So this is just my personal advice and opinion. It's a tough industry to get into. A lot of people are fighting to get into this industry. It's a fun industry. It's exciting. A lot of the companies are, have really good work environments. Maybe a little, depending on how you define the word toxic. Some would say toxic, but I don't know. I think maybe that word's used a little bit too much. I want to make this an integer. And let's do 75. But I think if you're asking like just in a general sense, you need to have you need to have a portfolio. You need to like show that you can do the job, right? Like getting a degree in this industry just isn't enough. Matter of fact, I would say it's not even necessary. Like a lot of people go to game dev colleges. Personal opinion, I'm not trying to like say that those things are bad, but my personal opinion, they're a waste of money. This is an industry where you could teach yourself. You could learn from courses. You could learn from doing. There's a lot out there to teach you, and I think like unless you're going to be like a framework programmer or like you want to work on game engines, you like want to actually make a game engine, then you probably don't need college. Like honestly, even as a programmer, like you could teach yourself that stuff. I'm not going to say it's not going to help. I'm not going to say it's going to hurt you, but maybe not a good investment. You need to show your ability to actually create things. And the only way to do that is by making things. So if you want to get a game and if you want to get a job in the industry, learn as much as you can. And just keep making stuff. Like do game jams, do like little indie projects, find people that you like working with and just like make a game a month for a year or something. Or small games, big games, like maybe do a small game and then do a bigger project that maybe takes 6 months to a year or something. I don't know. But the point is like, you just gotta be making stuff constantly. And if you do that long enough and you have good stuff and you can show that you can prove your abilities, then I think you'll get it. Yeah, your portfolio is such a big part of it. Like they want to see that you can like demonstrate your abilities. Like I did this on this game. And I'm not talking about like itch projects, like you see these, like you go to itch.io, there's like thousands of just like games that someone made in like a weekend or something. Like I'm talking about like a real, decent scale project. I'm not saying those small games aren't good for portfolio, but like show that you worked on something like big, because these game companies aren't working on small games. They're not, they're working on big titles. They're working on, giant games that take hundreds of people. So, but if you want to work in an indie studio, still, I think like find where you want to be in the industry and try to be on titles that are comparable or at least close. If you want to work in an indie studio, then yeah, make some indie games, you know. But I will say also, like, there's intangible skills that like people don't really think are important on a resume, but they are. So another thing about like having those on your resume is like you're going to be able to say like, I can work on a team. I worked together with people. So people that are like, hey, I'm doing this project and it's going to take me 3 years to solo dev it. If I was hiring, I like, just being blunt and maybe a little bit too blunt, I don't care. Show me that you can work on a team. Show me that like you know how to like communicate with people and like, hey, we worked on this team. It was 40 people and it was chaos, but we got it done because we communicated well and we had good, you know, project management, and people like got the stuff done that they needed to every single week. Like, that's the skills I'm looking for. Because if I'm hiring, I don't want someone that like I'm gonna have to like, you know, pull out of the corner or pull out of the dungeon, the basement, and be like, hey man, did you get your work done? I want somebody that's gonna like communicate and show up to meetings and be positive and be a part of it, you know. The personality is like something that people overlook way too often. Like, having a good resume, having a good portfolio is really a good part, but like you got to demonstrate that you can actually be part of something too. All right, so what do I want to do here? I want to all right, so I got sidetracked a little bit. I want to set timer by function name, and that function is going to be ground check. And I want to do this, let's try it 10 times a second and see how that works to start. But when I hit something, I want to clear timer. This is going to be ground check. And I want to set this to true. Maybe I should do it this way. I don't think it really matters, but we just don't want this to call again. What do you do at the game studio? I think you said it, right? Did you? You're doing marketing. That's awesome. Yeah, that's another thing that I think people, you know, like if you think about it, your resume is just you. It's like your way to market yourself, right? Like, it's your way to say like, why should you hire me over someone else? That's what marketing is. It's like, why pick Unreal Engine over Unity? Why pick Coke over Pepsi? Because we got a red can and you don't like blue cans. A resume is just your way to market yourself and try to stand out from the crowd. But yeah, I think sometimes people think of marketing as like advertising. Advertising is a part of it, but it's like you're building your brand. So like having a portfolio is part of building your brand, right? Being involved in communities is part of building your brand. Making a free YouTube course that's 8 weeks and giving it to people for free, that's part of building your brand, you know? All right. I also need to set this to false here. Yeah, if you want to make if you want to make your repositories public, you know, I think that's definitely something to, oh God, someone just delivered a package and scared the hell out of me. I'm going to go back and watch that part of the stream to see myself almost die. GitHub, GitLab, you know, putting a repository out there that people could look through. Honestly, like, I think that's great because not only can they see the finished project, the product, but they can actually see like how things are working. And they could basically be like, oh, this guy's really good at coding. You know, look at these functions. They're so beautiful. Or they could say like, man, this guy's got a functional game, but he's casting on tick, and the performance is pretty bad, and now we know why. So I don't know, maybe we don't want to hire this guy. But making a portfolio like on Itch of some like finished projects, probably the best thing you can do, because no one's like, here's another way to look at it, right? You're applying for jobs. Like, I don't know if you know this, but when you like apply to a job, 99% of times nowadays, no one is looking at your resume. It goes through a computer algorithm, and this computer algorithm reads your resume, and it's looking for like keywords. And then if it gets past the gatekeeper, maybe someone will get an inbox full of like 50 resumes that pass the test. And your resume is probably going to get a 10-second look, honestly. 10 seconds. You have 10 seconds to like catch someone's attention. If not, they're going to close it and move to the next person, because they're getting 50, 100, 500 of these every day. So having like a Git repository, like chances are no one's going to go into your Git repository until like you've made it past like that screening. And then so someone's going to open your resume, they're going to read it, they're going to skim it, and they're going to say like, all right, am I interested in this person or not? Is it like a yes or a no? And then they're just going to like, even if they are interested in you, so now maybe you got like 5 minutes to impress them, right? So saying, here's a link to my Git, maybe they'll go in there, poke around through your code, look at it. But having a itch page or a Steam page link, or something like that, a YouTube page where they can go and watch a trailer or a highlight reel, your LinkedIn, so they can go and look like, are you involved in communities? Do you talk a lot? Do you have connections? Like, who do you know? Do I know anyone you know that I can call them and be like, hey, is this guy good or is he crap? Like, just remember, like, you're fighting for their attention in a sea of people that are also fighting for their attention. So you just want to do stuff that's gonna like not require them to like go read through like thousands of lines of code. All right, does this work? All right, so now I can't double jump, but I also can't not jump anymore. Oh, why is that? Oh yeah. Okay, I don't want that. Get. Is this what I want? I think I just want to do this. Because my ball is actually rotating. So I think I want this. Yeah, now it's just like always pointing down. But why is it not turning off? That's a good question. Or is it going up? Oh, it's going up. -75. Yeah. Hopefully that was good info. I don't know if it was. Mostly just me rambling for 10 minutes. All right, so now it's going down. All right. Now I can jump again, but I can't like double jump. Oh, look at this. All right, but I'm jumping way too high. Breaking the game. 15,000. I feel like that's what I had. Why? All right, there's got to be a good middle ground. Let's try 25,000. Oh, 25,000. It's like there's no in between. Remember, whenever you do jump in your game, you got to make sure nothing is going to break. All right, so that's a nice little jump. I'm a community manager, part of every Monday we have meetings on what to do for the next week. that's it. I also I kind of work in marketing for my day job, but I think a lot of times people don't understand that like marketing is all about building your brand. Like, what do you think of when you think of Subway? Like, if you're an American, actually, I think they're in other countries too. I think they're pretty broad. But like, if I say Subway, what do you think of? Like, you immediately get an idea of what that means in your head. And maybe you think sandwiches, and maybe you think Jared from Subway, you know, being a creep. But like, that's their brand. Like, that's what you're trying to build. You're trying to build this reputation for yourself that like when people see you, when people hear you, like, what is it that they think of? And as when you're hunting for a job, it's kind of like you want to like get that first impulse from someone. Like when I say a name of a company like Chevrolet, what do you think of? For me, I think of a big truck, right? That's what I think of when I think Chevrolet. Like, why do I think that? It's because they built this brand. Like, they got big trucks. We're Chevy, and we got big trucks. You know, yeah, we got some cars too, but you don't care about those. You care about big trucks. Maybe if you're not in the U.S., you don't think that. I guess here in the U.S., that's what I think of. So when you're hunting for a job, you're trying to do the same thing. You're trying to like get that initial gut impulse from someone that like, what is it that you want them to think about when they see your resume, when they go to your portfolio, when they look at your GitHub, and like, that's how to get a job. All right, we're done talking about that. We're not done. I'm done because I've talked about it for a while. We can still talk if there's more questions. All right, so here's the fun part, right? So we have a green ball now that can jump, and we can break the game for sure by doing this. Like, I can get on top of these walls now and just basically say like, screw your walls. We don't care about walls. But what I want to do is I want to make the red ball do something else. So I'm going to override that event. This is one of the good things about object-oriented programming. So I have BP player, which is this pawn, and I have BP player red, which is the red ball, but it's a child of BP player. So I can go here and I can do special ability, and I can make the red one do something completely different. Yeah, that's awesome. That's a fun goal. I wish that was my job. Hey, your job is to make a fun game and market it. Go. Yeah, you know, it's so funny. I like really don't like talking bad about other people. So I try not to. Unless someone's like doing something egregious, and then I'm just like, yeah, don't listen to that guy. There's a lot of people out there that are that's not your job, it's just a goal. Oh, that's your personal goal. Okay, sorry. It's like, are you hiring? I want that job. Yeah, it pays $0. But I really try not to talk bad about other creators on YouTube specifically. Like Udemy, maybe it's a little bit different because you're asking for people's money. Now that I've created this course, I think like I understand the sheer amount of work that goes into it. And I'm lucky because I have this skill set. Like, I've been doing adult education for 10 years now. I did it when I was in the military. I did it as part of my day job for a lot of years, writing training, writing curriculums, writing procedures, things like that. So I have this skill set, and that's why I like to share it with people. That's why I made this course, because I feel like, no offense, I feel like I could do it better. And that's why I did it. And I'm not saying I'm the best, but I think the feedback is, the course speaks for itself, right? It's not like I don't know what I'm doing. There's a lot of people out there that want to share their knowledge, but they don't have the skills to share it effectively. So when I was making this course, what I really tried to do is like break things down to the absolute basic, I spent 6 months studying the Unreal Engine documentation. I took a bunch of other courses and like researched like what are they doing in their course, like what is working, what is not working. I made all of the projects, so all 4 projects, I made a prototype of them. And then after I had a prototype, I went back through and said, like, what are things that we're not doing the best way that we could? Like, what could I improve? What could I, make a little bit better, make a little bit easier to understand? And then after I did all that, then I started writing the course. So the key for me was to really, really break it down in a way that made sense and that you understood the why. Like, that was the most important thing to me. Why am I doing this, right? You can go to a course and they can say like, oh yeah, so we're going to do this, and then we're going to, set transform. Oh God, set world transform of the sphere, and the new transform. So we want to get world transform of the sphere. And then we want to, split this, split this. I'm going to pass these 2 in. And then this one, I'm going to divide. I don't even know if it'll let me do this. Hopefully it will. Divide by 2. I just want to see if it'll work. I need to go to this level. But anyway, while I'm getting there, I'll talk about it. I wanted to explain like the why, and I think that's where a lot of courses get it wrong. They like say like, hey, here's what to do, but they're never like explaining why you do it. Oh yeah, look at that. It's so cute. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Appreciate the sub. So yeah, that was like the whole thing with my courses. Like, why do we do this? Like, why am I setting the scale? Well, because I want to like make a cute little ball. I want the red ball to be, oh, it's even smaller. Oh, it's so tiny. Anyway, I guess I need to have another bool. Let's make another variable, and this is going to be called is small. Nice. But yeah, I appreciate the feedback though. It like I've gotten a lot of good feedback, pretty much no negative feedback, which either means like there is no negative feedback, or the other side is when people hate my course, they just leave and don't say anything. I am in the works of like creating a course survey that people can take at the end to give me feedback, because I'm interested. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I know everything and that I did everything perfectly from the beginning. But I am interested in learning and growing as a creator. So, oh, another one. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. But yeah. What was I talking about? I don't even remember. Anyway. Yeah, I think for me, like my goal was really to just explain why to do things a certain way, and really help build that foundation in Unreal Engine. So we got 1 minute left before we move to the next project. So I want to get this working, and we need to set this. All right, so if we are small, we want to set it to not, and if we are not, we want to set it to true. So now let's jump the wall with this green ball, get that red ball. Oh, these walls might be too tall. I was thinking ahead when I made this level, I guess. Can't jump them. All right, so here with the green ball, I can jump. And then when I go to the red ball, I can go small. And then when I press it again, I'll go back to my normal size. So that's working too. So there we did. We made two special abilities on our red and green ball. So the green ball can jump using this function here, or this event. And then with the red ball, we can make it smaller or bigger. So the idea here would be like, hey, there's like a little tiny gap, and to get through it, you need the red ball. So, you know, just some more fun that we could have with like what started as a very basic game. And this game we make in week 1 of the course. And then we go back to it in week 8. We go back to all the lessons, all of the projects in week 8, and kind of put some finishing touches on them, make some new stuff. But yeah, with a little bit of work, we have a nice little puzzle game here where the player has to get these coins, and you know, I can jump with this ball. Oh, look at that. Oh man, maybe I can jump this wall. Oh, because it collided with something else. Anyway, we're gonna move on to Bug Squash. I just wanna, yeah, now we got a little ball. We can squeeze through a little hole somewhere if we want. We could even make it smaller if we wanted to. Although I worry at some point we're actually gonna like break it, because if you notice, like when I go back to big, I don't know, kind of like I could see that it's colliding with the floor and like pushing it up. So I worry like we might break some stuff if we go too much smaller. But we could also fix that by like moving it up a little bit. So yeah, that is the first game in the course. So let's do some saving. Let's close this baby, and we're gonna open up the next game, which is called Bug Squash. So we make this game in week 2 of the course. So this stream is to celebrate the completion of my 8-week free YouTube course. So it's on YouTube. It's 100% free. I should probably have it up so I could like link it to people, right? Like do this. I forgot how to use a computer apparently. All lessons. That there, and then we can do it here too. If anyone is on Twitch, I can't tell. Like, I guess I could by doing some math, right? I got 6 people here, 7 total, so there's some person watching on Twitch. So that's a link to the course if you want to check it out. It's an 8-week course, 100% free on YouTube. Today, the last lesson went live, so it's been a year in the making to make this course. And I wanted to do a stream to celebrate it. So there's 4 projects that we make. I'm going to spend an hour still on week. Curious what the next game is. Oh, well, check this out. I think I should turn this music off. All right. This game is called Bug Squash. Just so you know, your game is going to look nothing like this in week 2. Like I said, we make each project, and then at the end in week 8, we go back to all the projects and we apply all the learning to make them like much more interesting games. So this game is called Bug Squash. So we got this little tank, and we can fire our cannon. Got these bugs. We got to kill them. Oh my god, my mouse is, I can't see. All right. Get some of these coins. Where are all the coins? We need some credits. All right, we have enough credits now. And now we can buy a tower, and we can put that down here, and now that tower will help defend the base. I like lose track of my cursor when I'm playing this game. I need everyone to understand I'm really bad at video games, which is why I like making them, because I can't get judged by how bad I am at my own games. just make them easy enough that I could play, and then I have my daughter play them, and then see if she can beat them. But yeah, that turret was over here holding down the fort, man. Thank you, turret. Thanks for helping me, because I'm really bad at this game that I made. So yeah, I could buy some more. The thing I love about tower defense games is there like gets a point where your towers are like so strong that you don't actually even need to play the game anymore. You can just like watch the game. Get them. Let's let the turrets do the job. I'm gonna stop firing my gun. Look at that. Those turrets are getting the bugs. Get it. It's gonna kill me. Flying cubes. That cube flew all the way over here. All right. So that's the game. We make this game in week 2. I just want to caveat again, this is not the way your game is going to look at the end of week 2, but it is the way it could look at the end of week 8 of the course. So, yeah. And then I can heal these towers. The bugs do also drop. Like, I'm about to die right now. You can see my health bar down here. The bugs will drop like armor repairing as well, but these bugs are not doing it. All right, kill the bugs. Give me some armor. I'm gonna hide. None of them are doing it. They're all just dropping coins. I'm so scared. I don't want to die. All right, there we go. Yeah. All right, anyway. So what can we do in this game? One of the things actually I had a problem with is if you, oh, hey, thanks for the sub. I really appreciate it. Yeah. One of the things, oh my God. One of the things in this game that I don't like, you may have seen it, like I was getting credits pretty fast, and it's, what I found is that you get the towers so fast that you can just get to a point really early in the game where like you don't really need to do anything anymore. So one of the things I wanted to do was on my bug here. I want to so we have this function on our game mode called start new wave, and it's going to do a thing called wave parameter setup. Yeah, this it's funny because like I found like a lot of people will go, so we're going to spend an hour on each game, and I found a lot of people, I feel like, gloss over this one, and I understand why. When you're in week 2, it's just not that interesting. It's not that fun. Like, I wanted to like slowly build your knowledge, and in week 2, like we're getting into a little bit more complicated stuff, but I didn't want to like overload people. So I tried to keep it like pretty simple, knowing that we're going to go back to this project at the end and like put some more work into it. But like this game is a ton of fun. Like, honestly, I'm really bad at it, but like I would love to make this into a complete game and put it on Steam or something. One cool thing is like the world, like this is my level, right? There's nothing in it. There's just a player start. There's some lighting. Got some lighting. And we have a nav mesh. And that's it. That's all that's in here. When I press play, everything is being built procedurally. Everything is and what that does is it means the game is a little bit different every time. Like the map, like see where these like little things are? If I close it and then reopen it, the map's just a little bit different. So I do all of that procedurally when I build this level, and it makes like a really interesting player experience, I think, to where like it's always gonna be a little bit different. It's always like, you know, games like this I think can get stale. Like I remember the first Call of Duty Zombies, like at the time it was like, oh my God, this is fun. But like you get to a point where you're just like, you know the map so well, you know like where every little thing is, and like you find like some little place to hunker down, and that just becomes like the place to hunker down. Like God, what was that first one? I can't remember what game it was on. It was on one of the World War II ones like World at War something. Anyway, if someone knows, please tell me. But like my friends and I, we very quickly like found like the best place to like hunker down, and then we just never left that room. And like it was fun. It's fun to like see how far you can get, but like you get to a point where it's just like it's the same thing every single time, and it's never different. But yeah, do you think you can procedurally? I've never played Valheim, unfortunately, so I can't speak about that game specifically. But I can tell you with a pretty good degree of confidence that you can build just about anything procedurally using blueprints. Yeah, like randomly generated biomes. Yep, exactly. Yep, 100%. All of those things can be done procedurally using blueprints. Using blueprints specifically. I mean, I could show you how it works. I do want to fix this bug thing, and then we'll go to that. So remind me if I get sidetracked, because I tend to get a little too sidetracked. So we have this wave parameter setup, blah, blah, blah. Spawn bug. So in my spawn bug, I want to expose a variable. I want to expose, starting health. Yes. Instance edible, expose on spawn. Let's see if this works. It might not work. Refresh. And the reason it's not working is because we have this crap going in. Maybe I can cast it. Cast to BP bug. That'll work. Yeah, there we go. Now I want to create a function down here. So the goal, oh, thank you so much. Yeah. I'm having fun. I love this. I love that people like my course. Like, I think if I had invested so much time in this course, where people are like, dude, this really sucks, I would be like, I don't know. I'd probably just stop making games altogether. I'd be like, clearly I have no idea what I'm doing. But the feedback has been so awesome. And actually, like in week 8 of the course, I asked on my Discord for like footage of people playing the games that they made and like through my course, and basically got a few clips, not as many as I had hoped for, but like enough that it was like really cool to see like how people took the ideas from the course and like made it their own. As I showed in the last hour, you can go back and watch it. Like one of the users took that the ball maze game, which we make in week 1. It was like, I want this ball to be able to jump, and just like figured it out. And like he had a bug that I helped him fix, but like he figured that out on his own without any input from me. He didn't say like, how do I make the ball jump? He was like, I want to make this ball jump, and I'm gonna figure it out. And like, to me, that is the whole point of the course, right? Like, I want people to be self-sufficient. I want people to like, I want to teach you to actually how to make the game that you want, and not just like, here's the game that I want to make, and if you want to make this game, you just need to follow along with me, and that's it. Like, the games that we make, like, honestly, on their own aren't that interesting. What makes them interesting is like the individual flair that people put into it. Yeah, I'm not liking it, I'm loving it. That's great. I guess it would also require me to make inventory. All right, let me go back and read. Basically, yes, I will tell you this. In week 8, I make an inventory system. So keep going, keep pressing on. I'll show you I'll show you the foundation for making an inventory system. It's not like the best inventory system, but it like gets you thinking about like, what are the things that go into an inventory system? Because like, if I say like make an inventory system for my game, like if you're a contractor and I'm hiring you, and I say, hey, this game needs an inventory system, like, what does that mean? It means absolutely nothing. It means like, basically what that means is the player should be able to pick up items and drop items and use items. That's all that means. like inventory system could be so many different things. And so like I didn't want to show you how to make like a specific inventory system. Like the Diablo inventory system is very different than like the World of Warcraft inventory system, right? Those are two very different things. So like I basically say like, here's some things you need to be thinking about when making an inventory system, and here's how to do some of those things. But it's more to like help you understand like what goes into it and like how to think through it. But I think everybody, like when you say like I need an inventory system, like the very first thing I'm going to ask if I'm the contractor and you're hiring me is like, give me a list of all the things that this inventory system needs to do, and then I'll make it. But like without that, I'm just like guessing, right? Could mean anything. But yeah, I got a Discord. Let me I'm gonna be sharing this a lot, I feel. All right, this link will never expire. Yeah, there's the Discord if people want to join. Man. All right. So what we're doing here, what was the question I said I would answer? I told you I'd forget. I don't even see it anymore. I don't remember. It's not in the chat. So it must have been a question that I asked myself and then like said like, oh, I'll come back to that, and then forgot my own thoughts 5 seconds later. So we are in our game mode and we're spawning these bugs into the world. But like one thing that the problem that we were trying to solve is like we get the loot faster than the bugs get harder. So like there just comes a point where we have so many towers and like the bugs don't stand a chance. So what I wanted is to create a function where just slowly the bugs are getting a little bit harder. So what I want to do is I have a variable called current wave. Also, I will say this, one thing that I am really bad at is like organizing my variables. I'm pretty good about keeping like other stuff tidy. But when it comes to variables, all right, wave number, that's what it's called. Where is it? Oh, I did organize it somewhat, I guess. Is that a local variable? Oh, it's down here. What's up here? Oh, those are my functions. All right, spawn bug. If wave number higher than bugs get stronger, my coding knowledge, yeah, basically, you're not wrong. If wave number, we just want to do some math, right? So the starting health is 1 on bug. The starting health, oh, this won't work, but we can make it work. I'm glad I caught something before I did it. So on this bug, which is supposed to be like the tankier, stronger bug, class defaults, why isn't it there? Is it down here? There we go. Starting health is 2. So if we pass that in, it's going to be the same for all of them, and then the tanky bugs won't actually get stronger. So let's create another variable. I'm just going to duplicate this. I'm going to call this health multiplier. This is the one we want to be instance editable, but starting health should not be instance editable, which means we need to refresh this. There we go, health multiplier. So we could either do the math here, or we could literally just pass in like this, the wave number. And now back here on the bug, we could do the math here on the bug. Because like, again, we're talking about object-oriented programming. We're talking about like good, the 4 principles of object-oriented programming, which I can't remember off the top of my head. But one of those principles is like each class should handle its own functionality. So we're setting the wave number in the game mode And then we want the bug to become stronger as the waves progress. So we need the wave number from the game mode, which is why we passed it in, right? But once it's there, we're calling it something different, and we want the bug to handle setting its own stuff up. I'm just gonna look at something. So that's passing. All right. But yeah. So now we can get this health multiplier. We can, so that's going to start at 1. But I don't want it to like go, I don't want it to be like exponential, because that might just get too hard. I guess we could try it first, right? Current health. Health component. Maximum health. Current health. Am I not even using that? Let's see. Okay. So that's not what we want. We want this. Get max health. Yeah. All right. What happened to the music? Oh, I turned it off. There's a function in here, but I can't remember what it's called. Let me go. Set health to max. This is where we want to end. This set max health. Don't need that. This can be here. What am I trying to do? I got lost. All right, times. All right, so what this is gonna do, why is that music so quiet? All right, we need some better music. What do we want? We want something inspiring. People always complain that the music is too loud, so if it is, just let me know. Which opinion on buying packages like the Dynamega inventory? You hit the nail on the head. You answered your own question. You are 100% right. I am a huge advocate for buying and using packages from the store. I think you should, any chance you get, use a package from the store instead of starting fresh. There is a risk with that every time you do that, you're going to get some stuff you don't need. Because what they are trying to do is they're trying to make like a one-size-fits-all kind of Swiss Army knife. And you may just need the knife. You may just need the tweezers. So I think I looked actually. I'll show you my Epic. I have like over 400. You can actually see the count of them if you go to like the website and not through the launcher. I have like over 400 asset packs, and I use them. I use a lot of them actually. When I was like after I got pretty good at Unreal Engine, I started doing freelancing where I would Hey, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. I was doing freelancing where I would find clients that wanted a game made, like a demo or something, and I would make it for them, and did fairly well. I could not have done that if I didn't use asset packs, because it was like a one-person show, right? Someone would say like, "Hey, make X money, make X game. Here's my budget," and I would just have to like make it work. So I used a lot of asset packs to like cut out things that I didn't want to do myself, or just to save time. So there's nothing wrong with using asset packs, especially if you have a small team where maybe you have like limited bandwidth, or there's something like you're just not that good at and you just would rather use someone else's work. Yeah. But just know that you're probably going to get some stuff you don't need with that. If you need a knife, buy a knife. If you need a pliers, buy a pliers. If you get a multi-tool like a Gerber tool or a Swiss Army knife, you're going to get all those things, but then you're going to have to have a bunch of stuff maybe you don't use. Like whoever uses the toothpick, right? The Swiss Army knives like come with a toothpick. I'll never use that. That's weird. Right? Am I weird? Am I the weird one? All right, so this should work, I think. And then there was a question that I forgot, and it's not in the chat. It was a question I posed to myself. You know what I should do, actually? I should maybe... I'm going to just print this, because this will be easier than like trying to figure out how much help they all have. Let's do an append. This is just to make sure that it's working. Self. I want to make sure that like the tanky bugs have more health than the little bugs. And then I'll delete that. So as they're spawning, I should get like a... Alright. Tank bug has 3 health. Oh, that's too much. Oh, maybe I did do 3 on the tanks. I thought I only did 2. But now that sounds right. So now everything should have double the health. They dropped a lot of credits that time. I think maybe that's another problem. Like they're just dropping like too many credits. Maybe that's another way we could balance this. All right, 2 health, 6 health. Yeah, so that's working. It's still not too hard, but it will get to a point where like the turrets can't handle on their own, regardless of how many turrets I make. Because they're growing faster than I can... Hey, thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Yeah, keep up with the course. Join the Discord if you haven't already. I'm in there probably too much, but I've been pretty responsive and try to answer people's questions as fast as I can. And yeah, this live stream will be on my YouTube later, so if you want to pick up where you left off, yeah, you can finish out when you have some time. All right. Yeah, I do feel like we're just dropping too much loot. So let's go find that. Death processing. Spawn loot. I do like that we're making like more than one loot, but I think the problem is the loot itself has too much value. Maybe that's oh, is it, do I do like a function or something? Set random value. Maybe this one. 4. Set random value, but what is this doing? Where is this getting called from? Oh, there we go. That should work. So they won't be worth. We will stop spawning like the 50, whatever it was. So we got a value. So we're setting it to something random. Random number. This is a weird function. Oh. For the size of them. That's right. It's been so long, I can't remember what I was doing. There are too many regurgitated tutorials on YouTube completed methods to accomplish the same task. Yeah, I agree 100%. You know, one of the fears that I had when I started making this course was that I was like muddying the waters, and like doing something that everyone else has already done. And so it's like, why listen to me? You know, like when there's other people that have like 100,000 subs, and like, who's going to follow me? Who's going to listen to my advice when I have like 1,100 subs versus someone who has like 15, 16, 20,000, whatever. You know what I mean? It's really, really hard. I think this is a problem with YouTube in general. Like, there's no restrictions on making a YouTube page, right? And I'm not saying there should be. That's not my point. But it's really hard to figure out like who's actually giving you good advice. When you're a beginner, you don't have the ability to gauge good advice from bad advice. This is one of the people in my Discord brought it up. Like, he was trying to figure out how to fix something on his car, and he's like, oh, I'll watch YouTube. There's like 50 videos on how to fix this thing. So he's like, I'll watch a couple of them. And what he found is that like everyone was telling him how to do it differently. And he's a beginner, he's not a mechanic. So he doesn't know like who's actually giving me good advice here. And I think when you're a beginner, that's just like really frustrating. And that's what frustrated me in the beginning. It's one of the things that motivated me, honestly. I'm like trying not to toot my own horn, but it motivated me to make my course, because I was like, man, if you're a beginner learning Unreal Engine, you have no idea who's giving you good advice. And because someone has a flashier thumbnail or, you know, cool intro or talks like in a way that makes them seem like they know what they're doing, doesn't necessarily mean that they do. So like, I want to make a course that's just giving people good advice. Like, hands down, this is just good advice. One of the things that I've said it a lot now, I'll keep saying it, but I did like 6 months of research before I ever even recorded the first lesson of my course, because I wanted to make sure like I was actually giving people good advice. I watched a bunch of other courses. I read all the documentation. One of the things I really tried to do was just make sure like this isn't my opinion. This is actually what the documentation says. And I went into some of the other courses to see like, what are they teaching? How are they teaching it? Like, what do I think is effective? What do I think is ineffective? And that's how I came up with the course. And then after I did all that research, then I started making the course after that. So I'm not gonna sit here and say my course is like the only one out there that does that. But I can tell you that I did do it. And take it for what it is, I guess. All right, so we did that. All right, we've been doing 34 minutes on this game. What was the other thing we were gonna do? Someone asked me a question. There was like 2 questions at the same time, plus a monologue. So I forgot. But what's something else about this game that I don't like is I fixed like some of the things. I think one thing that could be fun, maybe we'll do it really quick. I think I can do it in 20 minutes. I want to make another tower so you can pick. And actually maybe mean, one of the problems is like this turret's too cheap. Maybe that's another problem. This is where like if this was a full game, I would do like a ton of play testing and like not just me, but like other people. But you know, the point of these projects was just to like create a quick prototype. It wasn't, you know, to make something sustainable and growing. Or it was to make something sustainable, but not like I never had an intent to go back and make more. I wonder if I can duplicate this instead, because I don't want to like start again fresh from this, because I like a lot of what I did here. But let's see. I'm just gonna duplicate it. I'm gonna call this missile. I wanted one that like, let's see, projectiles. Let's actually rename this. I'm gonna call this BP, I guess cannon. I guess cannonball's fine. Let's create a child. I'm gonna assume we call BP missile. We did this in Space Fighter 2, so basically I'm just gonna do what I already did. This one homing. I think we had to do like a pretty high number here to make it work. And then let's see, I have an asset pack. Let's see if there's like a missile in there. Content, third party. Meshes. Robot weapons. This. Hey, there we go. It's a missile. We did it. So it's called Heavy Rocket. And it was a static mesh. So we'll add a static mesh. Ha! Look at that. The power of blueprints, right? Let's do, I feel like I don't want it to be that big, but I kind of like maybe just do this. There we go. It's a cute little guy. And then this, I wonder if we have I really don't want to start from scratch. Let's just let's look here. So, trail, bullet trail. Here we go. Bullet trail 3. Let's look at this one. There we go. Bullet trail 3. Bullet trail 3. Look at that. Perfect. All right. What was I doing? Blueprints. Towers. Missile turret. This one though, we want to start firing. Missile. Let's test one of these out. some problems. This is why we do this. This is why we play test. First of all, we want 0 collision on this baby. No collision. This one, overlap all, but we want it to only... I guess we should have this open too. All right, let's close all this crap. We don't want this. All right. Are you the person that keeps like a million things open, or are you the person that like closes them the second you're done with them? Whenever I'm watching like some content creators and they close things like as soon as they're done with them, they'll be like, all right, so we're going to compile and save and we'll close that. I'm like, no, man, what if you need it? So I always have like a million things open. And then at some point I'll be like, there's too many things open, and I just start closing them. But like if you go to one of these, like every function is usually open, and I just like I forget to close things. So what are we doing here? All right, so this one. All right. What is that one? That's item base. Oh, that I think this was so that we didn't like hit the cubes. There was like a weird bug I created when I was making this, where like if you shot a rocket at the cube, it would like make it fly into oblivion. Which is fun to watch for a little bit, but all right, so we do cast a bug, and you can't click the tab. Exactly. When I can't see what each one of them is, that's when I start closing them. There's too much stuff. Gotta close it. All right. So cannonball. One of the things I want. So yeah. So this is exactly what I want. So here, missile. I don't care about you. I want it to do all that stuff, right? I want it to do all this. So the only thing I want to do is I want to create a function for it to just like find a target. Let's create a function called find target. We already did this in Space Fighter, so I could just open that one up. Let's see how we did it there. All right, can I do it faster than the project will open up? Probably not. Find target. So get all actors of class. Open on this window though. I'll pull it over here so you guys can see. BP rocket. All right. Get target. Find closest enemy. Cheating. This one we will call a local variable. This one we will call a regular variable. We're going to compile. I know. I just need to set something. Alright, max range is going to be, let's call it 3,000. Actually, we could just find the max range of our turret. Turret range, 1,000. Missile. Let's make it a little bit longer. 1,500. Alright. tasks. We don't need that. Create enemy target. Create local variable. Oh. This is going to be bug. Oh, hey, I should probably save it. That's a good warning to save. Save all. Do you talk about BKM, keeping your own project files from the engine folder, like always using making plugins or a better system? First of all, let me look up what BKM means. I don't know what that means. Burdett, Kohler, and Murphy and Associates. Not that one. BKM. Are you talking about the algorithm? I don't know what you're referring to with BKM. But hello, Surya. Welcome to the stream. If you're new here and you haven't been watching my channel, let me put a little link in here. This stream is to celebrate the completion of my YouTube Best Known Method. Thank you. This is to celebrate the completion of my YouTube course, Game Development Basics. It's a free course on YouTube, and in the course I teach 8 weeks of Unreal Engine development. The goal is to teach you the why instead of just the how. So I found a lot of tutorials just like it's like blindly following along, and I wanted to make something that was more like why do you do something? And the hope is that like I'm enabling you to become like a more independent and thinking, being able to like, oh god, I hope that doesn't crash. Being able to like understand why to do things so you can not have to depend on tutorials as much. So yeah, we start with the very basics. The very first lesson in the course is called "What is a Game Engine?" So the goal is to teach you how to do game development. We slowly build upon those principles over the 8 weeks, and by the end of the course, you should have a pretty good grasp on using Unreal Engine, and you can start making your own games. So in the course, we also make 4 projects. We're on the second project right now. Yeah, will Game Development Advanced come next? Yeah, so let me answer your first question. So do you talk about best known methods for keeping your own project files separate from content folder and engine folder, like always using making plugins or a better system? No, I do not talk about that. And to be quite honest, this is something that I personally am not the best advocate for. I am notoriously like very disorganized. I don't comment my code. I tend to like work in a vacuum a lot, just because of the type of work that I've done. Like I've done a lot of prototypes for clients, so I did some freelance development for a while. I've done a lot of game jams. I've done a few, like 2 launch projects that were like more complete games, but for those, to be honest, I was more of like doing production, like project management and like producing the games. So I wasn't like necessarily writing the code. So a lot of the projects that I've made personally have been prototypes where it's just like get it done really quickly, meet the deadline, fulfill the requirements, and then you could always go back later and fix all that stuff. So, but it is something, maybe I can make a separate video on about just like keeping stuff neat and not just putting crap wherever you want to, like I do. So maybe I should do that as like a lesson to myself. Yeah, that's a good one. And then advanced game development. So I do have a few things in the works. The next course that I'm developing, what I found is that there are very specifically blueprints courses that teach you blueprints in Unreal Engine, and then there are very specifically C++ courses that teach you C++ and Unreal Engine. There doesn't really seem to be a big like overlap between those two courses. And I think what a lot of people get frustrated by when they're learning Unreal Engine is they do a Blueprints course and they're like, yeah, this is fun, I'm learning so much. And they're like, where do I go next? And people are like, learn C++. And so they're like, all right, cool. And then they go get a C++ course and they're like, what the heck? Like this is overwhelming, right? I went through that personally when I started learning C++. So my next course is going to be a shorter course. It's only going to be 4 weeks, but it's basically about bridging the gap between Blueprints and C++ and understanding like how can they support each other? How do you use them together? And like even more, like this is more of an opinion, but like when should you use Blueprints and when should you use C++? And so that's the course I'm working on now, or at least started on. Yeah. So so one of the things, if you do want to make plugins, there's actually like a process to that where I haven't done it in a very long time, so it'll take me a second. I honestly don't remember. But yeah, there's a process to like defining something specifically as a plugin when you start to make it. That defines it as a plugin instead of just like another class or another part of your project. And that will allow you to like make things be able to move between projects, which I think is something that is really beneficial. If like you find that you're doing the same thing over, like I just moved something from another project to this one. If I had done that as like a plugin that was just like called like weapon performance or something, that I could have just been like, oh, I'll just add weapon performance to this, and then I have all the functionality of the weapons already. So yeah. So basically, game development advanced. I don't know. I don't think it's advanced. I think it's like bridging the gap between the basic courses and the intermediate to advanced courses. Like there needs to be something to bridge that gap, in my opinion. So that's what I'm working on next. And actually, the way I'm building it is I'm creating a project that you start with. So we have an existing game that works. And the first project that we're going to do is you're going to start with one of my projects, and we're going to take it from Blueprints and we're going to make it a C++ game. So that's like how the game starts. No, there's nothing off topic. The whole point of this course was just to promote the fact that I'm awesome and I completed my YouTube course and I'm proud of myself, and I was hoping that people would be here to celebrate that with me. So, you know, there's no like, I was just like, I had like a general idea of what I wanted to do, but I also wanted to like showcase some of the projects we worked on. So this project, if you're taking the course, we make this in week 2. I guess I haven't played it in a bit. We make this in week 2 of the course, and this project is called Bug Squash, and the music is really loud. The point is like to learn, you know, oh, look at that. It's firing at an enemy. I didn't even finish it. All right. I can't hit it though. All right. Yeah. So this game is called Bug Squash. The bugs. It's like it's supposed to be like a tower defense game, like, you know, that kind of thing. So the point of the game is like you got this little tank, and you gotta fight the bugs. You gotta kill the bugs. You gotta squash them. But one fun thing about this, and you learn this in the course, is the whole level is procedurally generated. So like if you look here, this is my level. We were working on this missile turret, but I don't think I'll finish it in time till we go to the next one. So let me delete that. We'll work on that. But yeah, this whole level is being built procedurally, so every time it's a little bit different. And that was just because like I found a lot of times these games like get stale after a little while. So I wanted it to be a little bit, you know, a unique play every time. So yeah. So we learned how to do all of this in the course. I'm like, everything I'm doing on this stream is like extra, but all of the stuff that's in these games is taught in the 8-week Blueprints course. going back to if I built a robust character or map and would easily like to migrate or export my player or map to new projects. Yeah, that's a great system. Honestly, if there's things that you find you're doing often, just make them a blueprint, make them a plugin. Actually, there's even a way like in the Epic. So like if you just launch Unreal Engine, right? All right, let's be done with this game. Let's close Space Fighter because we don't want anything else from there. Because we're about at the hour mark, which is when I was going to move to the next game. Let's save all here. I'll come back to this later. I want to finish that rocket launcher. But if I just go here and I say launch, what does that even mean? Prerequisites. I've never seen that in my life. All right. Let's launch 5.2 then. Yeah. So there is something I say a lot. Like I built the course to be done. It should actually take you 8 weeks. The reason is like I think people get burnt out. They just like follow these courses to like as fast as they can, but you're not giving yourself like time to like absorb the knowledge. So my recommendation is, you know, go at a pace that feels right for you, right? What is going on here? But like, also make sure you're giving yourself some time to absorb. And if you get to a point in the course where like things just stop making sense, I recommend that maybe you like go back and do some review, take a little bit more time, and try to like really understand like, oh, now you're gonna open? Try to make sure you're giving yourself plenty of time to like actually absorb the information. But there's nothing wrong with like going faster. Like if you get like, honestly, especially like weeks 1 and 2, if I'm being completely honest, or a little bit like, if you've already been working in Unreal Engine, they're probably going to be like mostly review. So it may like, you may go through those ones a little bit faster. But you know, if you get to like week 5 and you're starting to struggle, I think maybe you've reached a point where like it might be time to like slow down a little bit. All right, so the whole reason I started this, so when you open Unreal Engine, like not a project, but you just open it, you have these templates here, right? I don't have time to show you how to do this. Maybe I'll make a video on it, but you can actually make your own templates. So that like if there's something you find yourself doing a lot, like, I don't know, let's say you make a lot of, well, I can't, like, all the ones I can think of, I don't know, a card game, right? Let's say you make a lot of card games or board games. Like your whole shtick is like, I make really good board games in Unreal Engine, you know? You could create a template and then just have that be like your starting point every time. You know, so if you find you're doing a lot of the same tasks, you know, you can make a template, you can make plugins. Plugins are handled a little bit differently, but yeah, definitely you should all good. Yeah. But yeah. With that, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to open the next game, which is called Invasion. So in weeks 3 and 4 of the course, we make a game called Haunted House. This is like the framework or the foundation for a like survival horror game, like survival shooter game. Yeah, and basically this one, like, people seem to really love this project. And I don't know if that's just because like weeks 1 and 2 are pretty basic, and so when you get to week 3, it's actually something interesting and fun. But it seems like most people that have taken the course like this one the best. So this is the finished project. So this would be if you took the whole 8-week course, this is where you're gonna end up. This is not where you end at the end of week 4. But basically, we got our dude. he can look around. I can grab this gun, get some ammo, get myself a health pack, get this other gun. With this one, I just want to tell you why something kind of looks weird. So we're using procedural animation for some of the animations on our character, which allows me, like, when I look up, like, the character looks like he's looking up too, and when he looks down, he looks like he's looking down, but in the most awkward and strange way possible. This is just a limitation of procedural animation, or a limitation of the way that I did it, that, you know, could be done a little bit better. But I wasn't trying to make it look perfect. I was just trying to, like, demonstrate the principles. So now I got this inventory. I can equip this pistol and fire that. Oh, it doesn't have any ammo. Got to reload. And then I can equip my rifle. So I'm also using procedural animation for the recoil. So the way that the gun, like, kicks back in my hand, and that allows me to have each weapon have, like, a different amount of recoil. If you see, like, the pistol, like, doesn't recoil a lot. But yeah. So, and then I have a little flashlight that I could turn on and off. And look at that. There's a you spoiled the secret, man. There's these aliens running around. I gotta kill them. Hey, man, come back. Oh, no. Why do you run away? That's not written into your AI. Why are you ignoring me? So yeah, I can kill these alien guys. Get a little flashlight. Look at that. I got some more ammo here. The flashlight ran out of battery. Let's go find another alien. There's one. I'm really bad at this game, by the way. Of the games that I made, this is the one I'm probably the worst at. I'm just not very good at these types of games. But yeah. So in weeks 3 and 4, we learn about, like, making a first person or third person controller. We learn about level design. We learn a little bit more about AI. I'll show you this map. So this is what the game, and also, like, all these are on my itch page as well, so you can, like, go play these games and see, like, what the finished project looks like. But yeah, so I made this level, and basically, like, you know, if we were gonna do, like, a cinematics, essentially, like, what I envision is you just, you know, sleeping peacefully in your bed and just enjoying a nice morning. And why is it? Yeah, it's broken. Or it's loading. And then out of nowhere, the aliens come and they start trying to eat all the people in the neighborhood, and you gotta save them. Oh. Here we go. So we're in my house. I just woke up. I was gonna go for a morning jog. And then I look outside, and what's that? There's an alien. There's aliens all over my neighborhood. So I'm gonna go over here to my dresser. I'm gonna take care of it like a true American. But not before I get this first aid kit that is in my bathroom. Oh yeah, this one, honestly, man, people love this project, and yeah, it's a fun game, man. I'm just not very good at it, and it stresses me out. I hate survival horror games. Like, I was so happy when they made The Last of Us into a TV show, because I could finally understand what the game was about. I like never, I own the game. I like bought it and never played it because I just didn't want to be scared. So I was so happy when they made it into a show. And it was a really good show too. I don't know how closely it follows the game, but I loved that show. I tried to get my wife to watch it, but she was too scared. So one of the big things that we learned in this week is how to get blueprints to talk to each other, and like not doing it in like hard coding, ways. So we're using event dispatchers and interfaces. So like just there, I picked up a key. That key sent a message to my door, which is in this basement. Oh, look at that, a health pack. Sent a message to this door in the basement and said, hey, you're unlocked now. Now, yeah, we could have like added the key to the inventory and then had this door check, like, do we have the key? And if we do, then we consume it and unlock the door. But just because I wanted to finish this game at some point in my life, I just had it, send. So when I picked up that key, it sent a message, and the door picked up the message and said, all right, I got your message and now I'm unlocked. And that is using event dispatchers. So in week 4, we learned about like how to get actors to communicate with each other. That's a huge part of week 4. And we learned about interfaces and event dispatchers to do that. So now there's a safe down here. You can get this rifle. And we make all of this in the course. Nothing I've shown you is not in the course. But what we're doing on the stream today is just going back. We're playing the games. We're talking about them. If there's questions like, hey, well, how does that work? I can show you. I just thought I would like do a few little like clean up things on my games. So the fire, it makes sense in my head because I had this vision that like there would be like some cutscene where like the aliens are coming and like you see the big spaceship and then like there's like the military launches a counterattack and one of the planes crashes and blows up in a big ball of flame over here, and that's basically why there's a fire over here. But without being able to see inside my brain, because I never actually say that, without being able to see in my brain, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. All right, that gun's pretty much out of ammo. Let's go to this rifle. But yeah, I wanted to like have some other like some other characters in here that you have to talk to. Like all of this was just like building a framework. And the point of the course again is not to like help you make a full game. Like I don't know. Like doesn't sound very fun to me. Like where it's just a course where you're like, hey, here's the game that I wanted to make. Do you guys want to play it? Like my whole thing was like I want to give people the tools to make the game that they want to make, not the game that I want to make, Where's that bug? It's outside. Can't see out there because the lights are on. So yeah. There's another health pack upstairs, but I don't think I need it because I've only got hit once, and I think I still have a health pack. So yeah, I guess I should link the course again for people that are popping in and out. I think I can set up like a bot to do this for me, but I don't know how to do that. Yeah, if you haven't already checked out the course, it's on YouTube, it's free. 100% free. I made $0 off of this course. So use it. It's free. stuff. Yeah, I get you, man. I get you. Yeah. Yeah, if you haven't joined the Discord, definitely pop in there, ask questions. There's actually quite a few people that have gone through the course too, so if I'm not around, they can usually ask questions. You can pin the message by clicking on the 3 dots if you hover over the message. All right, let me make sure there's no aliens that are gonna eat my face. So I see those 3 dots on like other people's, but not my own for some reason. I'll just keep, oh, maybe up here? No. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do is after this stream, I'm gonna go figure it out. And then that way, on the next stream, I could be like a true person that knows what the heck they're doing. Get the shotgun. I'm gonna need the shotgun to beat this level. Alright. So the point like here is there's like an invisible thing like where these sidewalks are, like, kind of like at the end of the street here. And when I pass that, all the rest of the enemies are gonna come after me. Hear them? They're all coming. There's 8 of them. Reload now while I have time. Two more. Where did I miss? There they are. All right. And then we did it. We beat the bugs. So yeah, that's the game. That's how we make it. One of the things is automatically, like right here, maps, neighborhood. One of the things I noticed is like in this level, we're playing some ambient sounds. Spawn sound, ambient sound. Set this one as looping because it just stops. Yeah. All right. So that's that. What else do we want to do? I mean, there's like a million things. These are all prototypes, right? So there's like a million things I could fix. Oh, one thing I wanted to fix is my inventory widgets aren't. What do I want? I want items. So like half of the items in the inventory don't actually have a picture, so they all just like, I was using like a basic one, yeah, this little robot, but I want to clean those up so I can actually see what I'm picking up and what things are. So shotgun shell, let's shotgun shells, shotgun, let's go here, let's I have this plugin to make thumbnails. guess I don't. Install into engine 5.3. Install. Yeah, just like I was saying, why make thumbnails when I can just get a plugin that does it for me, you know? But how do I do it? That's the question. I don't know how to use that plugin. I've never used it before. Plugins. Nail generator. Documentation. About. Alright, create a thumbnail. Plugins. Scripted. Generate thumbnail. Alright. Must be started. Exciting, I know. Streaming at its finest. Alright. Yeah, this is definitely something that's been bugging me about this project is the thumbnails are... Why you gotta recompile? Alright. I'm gonna be back in a second. Turned off the wrong mic. All right, I'm back though. That's good. All right. We need now. There should be. Oh, here we go. Look at that. Generate thumbnail. Look at that, man. This is pretty cool. Need it to be like this though, maybe. All right, save. Never used this before. That's pretty sweet though, gotta be honest. Man, I promise you I'm not getting paid by this guy. This is just a good plugin. Where does it save though? I don't see it. Where is it? Oh, cool. But I don't want it there. I want it here. Shotgun shells. Shotgun. All right, now let's do the same thing for rifle ammo. Mesh. Static mesh. Rifle ammo. Look at that. Man, this is great. So my normal workflow was to export these to Blender. And then I would like make a texture. It's just so time consuming. Use center light. Use close light. Use distant light. There we go. Close light. I don't think this is a free plugin, by the way. So if you do want it, it's like 20 bucks or something. I can't remember. 30? 40? That looks good. Oh, the music stopped. That's what I did. I muted the music. Not my microphone. So you guys were just listening to silence. That's... And no one left. Well, if people did leave, more came back. let's see how these look now, because I actually don't know how they look even. Let's pick up this one and this one. Whoa. That's too big. I think that's too big. Hey, how's it going? Man, this guy. What a guy. All right. You know what I actually think the problem is? I think in my inventory widget, I like want to make this so it's always like, the problem is like it's getting too big. What if on begin play, I'm gonna do some janky programming. Image, brush, set brush, get brush, set member. So yeah, so what I've been doing in this stream is spending an hour, so it's a 4-hour stream, and I've been spending an hour for each game going through, just talking through what we did, talking about the course, answering questions, and then specifically what were we doing? Oh, just like cleaning up little things here and there. But most of the time, honestly, I've just been not doing much, just answering questions and showing people the projects, going on multiple monologues. Like, man, I had some good monologues this morning. All right, all I want to do is set image size, and I want to split this, and I want it to always be, what is it, 32 by 32? Let's see if this works. All right, maybe. Let's see what happens when I pick up one of these. Nope. What if we made it? All right. Here's a question. BPIM. Pickup item. It's going to add that. All right, so then I think what we want to do is it's in the it's in here, right? I don't remember how this project works. Yeah. There was one monologue. I don't know if the guy's still here. If you are, you could say hey again. But one guy asked me, how do I get a job in the game industry? And it was like, God, like 30 minutes of me just rambling on. Peak streaming. Let me tell you that. Peak streaming. What am I trying to do though? I think this is where but we are creating an inventory widget, and then on construct it's a loaded question. Yeah. Well, I think you know, I think my point was the big point is it's about marketing yourself. It's true about getting any job though, right? It's not unique to the game industry. I mean, there's definitely things that are different about the game industry. Like having a portfolio of projects is something that, you know, doesn't exist in some jobs. But at the end of the day, you just got to learn how to market yourself, I think. There's like a setting somewhere where it won't, like, one of the problem right now is like I'm getting these image textures that are giant, like 2K textures. And when I make the inventory item widget, it's like overriding the size. So I thought this would work, but it didn't. Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. So, again, another problem with questions like this, I'm just going to say, like, yeah, making good connections. Yeah, join my Discord. That's how you get a job in the game industry. Just kidding. A lot of this is just like personal opinion, right? Based on my experience. Now, I will say I've had a fairly successful career. I don't have a degree, and I've done well for myself. And a big part of that, a huge part of that, is being able to market myself well. So if your portfolio pieces are solid, no one's gonna care about where you got the assets from. They just won't care. In my opinion, like if someone sent me their portfolio and it was clear like they used Mixamo assets for everything, for all their characters, and like they had the same asset packs that like everyone gets, like here's one. What's that little thing called? This learning kit. Hey Piyush, welcome back to the stream. Like this little person thing character is like an Unreal Engine asset, right? This is a learning kit that they give you. Like several of the Unreal online learning games use this asset, this little character. If someone sent me a portfolio piece and it was using this character and it was a fun game and it was well like created, I honestly do not care that they use this character. If you can make a fun game that shows your ability as a programmer to make interesting games using Unreal Engine, that's all I care about. That's me though. Like I can't say that that's the way it is for everyone, but most of the people I've talked to agree with me. Like who cares, right? The goal isn't to say like, did you make everything from scratch? Matter of fact, I think that's probably a waste of your time because no one makes everything from scratch. So what I would say is focus your energy on places where you're actually going to try to be working. Now that being said, if you're trying to get a job as a 3D character and modeler and animator, probably should have some actual 3D characters that you made. But yeah, exactly. No one's starting from scratch. Just inherently by using a game engine, you are not starting from scratch. I use this analogy, some of you may have heard it before, but if I were to tell you, let's build a house, are you going to start by going to the forest and cutting down the wood and making it into like 2x4s? Are you going to like forge your own hammer and saw? No, you're going to go to the hardware store, you're going to buy a bunch of tools, you're going to buy a bunch of wood, and you're going to make a house, right? Like, I'm not going to go to the quarry and like break up rock so I can make cement. I'm going to go to the hardware store, I'm going to buy some cement. I'm going to make some cement that way, right? So like inherently you are not starting from scratch if you're using Unreal Engine. So just focus your energy on like, where do you want to prove your value? Like if I'm trying to get a job as a technical artist or an animator, I might use someone else's stuff and then just say like, look at these animations I made. I used an existing rig. I'm not very good at rigging. I'm not good at making a 3D model, but I took a 3D model that was rigged and I made these really cool animations. Yeah, that's my spiel on that. But yeah, like use the tools someone's already made, man. Like it's like I like people have said like, oh, I want to make my own game engine, and I'm like, why? Like, just why? I mean, if you were trying to do something very specific, sure, but like you're probably wasting your time. Nope, that's not what I want. Or is it? I'm trying to figure out why this isn't working. I should get a bunch of 32s here. So then why, when I pick up this bullets, does it make it gigantic? Environment artist. Yeah, you want to be an environment artist? Like, that's a really good one, actually. Thank you. If I'm trying to get a job as an environment, it's like a level designer, let's call it, because that's probably maybe a better one. If I'm trying to get a job as a level designer, no one's going to care if I use someone else's trees, right? If I'm trying to get a job as a 3D modeler, specifically working in environments, I probably want to make my own trees because that's where I'm trying to show my value. I'm trying to say like, look, I can make these cool trees. But if I'm just trying to get a job and I'm using someone else's trees, but my job is not tree maker, why waste your time, right? Yeah, that is exactly where I was like 4 or 5 years ago. I was actually trying to like get work as a 3D modeler, and so I was like joining all these projects, making like spending so much time making assets, and then the project would fall apart, and I would just be like, okay, cool. Now I have all this stuff that I'm never going to use because it was made just for this game. So I just was like, you know what? I bet you I can make my own game. And I started learning Unreal Engine, and I tried using YouTube, and it was a bunch of really poorly made courses. And I got frustrated, and then I met a mentor who basically told me like, no man, here's what you need to be learning, and kind of like led me in the right direction. So when I got to a point where I felt like, hey, like I kind of like understand this well, and I have a lot of experience as a teacher, so maybe I can fix the problem. Like I'll make my own course that's actually really good and that helps people, and so that people don't get frustrated that things like that they can't make a game even though they're following a course. Like the problem that a lot of courses have is that they teach you like how to do something, but they never really teach you like why you're doing it. Like why do you need to use the game mode versus like the level blueprint, right? What's the right, like both of those exist and both of them have their time, but like why use one versus the other? Well, that's what my course has like aimed to do, is like answer the why. Like why are you doing things a certain way? Like how is the engine intended to be used, so that you like when you're presented with a problem, you already have like a knowledge of like how Unreal Engine works, and then you could just be like, oh, this would go in the game mode, like easy. And that's my hope. That's my hope. Cork. I don't talk bad about other content creators. I'll let other people do that. So yeah, if you want to, here I'll put a link. If you want to check out my course, if you haven't already, if you came here organically, like through YouTube, or you haven't seen my course, I'll put a link. You guys can check it out. Tell me what you think. I also have a Discord. Ooh, let me link that too. I'm just going to be on Link Patrol right now. So I have a Discord where you can go and you can meet other people going through the course. It's growing pretty well. It's like a pretty cool community right now. I'm honestly like really happy with the way everyone seems to be like working together. There's really, I mean, like everyone's been pretty chill. But the benefit of joining the Discord is also like if you get stuck, you can ask questions. There's a few people that have like they're further on in the course, even a couple people that have completed the course, so they can answer questions. I answer questions. And the best thing is like you can upload screenshots, like that sometimes can help because I can just look and be like, oh, this, you never set that variable or something. But yeah. Yeah. All right. Sorry, I got behind on these. After I migrate a little. Yeah, migration, sometimes migration things get broken, but I would just look at your lighting settings and make sure like nothing didn't migrate correctly. But what's the other, in a world setting you can turn it down by turning down the environment lighting. Yeah, it also, like, I'll show you, there's this setting here that I just automatically turn off in most games. If you type exposure, auto exposure, this is supposed to simulate like if you were to like be in a really dark room and you go outside and it's really bright out, like your eyes take a second to adjust. Or if you go from like a really bright room to like a dark room, it takes a second for your eyes to adjust. This is supposed to simulate that, and it does a good job most of the time. My problem is like sometimes it does too good of a job and it actually annoys me. And like you'll get your lighting looking like so perfectly, and you'd be like, in your editor, you'd be like, oh man, this looks so good. And then you start playing the game and it looks completely different. You're like, what? It's that auto exposure. So I almost always just turn it off because I don't like it. But yeah, try that. It might also be that something just didn't migrate correctly. That would be my thing. Yeah, thank you so much for saying that. I appreciate it. Yeah. So one of the things, so I'll kind of talk a little bit more about the course since that's the point of the stream. So today marked the day that the last lesson in the course went live. I've been working on this course for like almost 2 years now. And it took me a long time, partially because I like got promoted at my day job, so I had to take a little bit less time to do it. And then I got a new job that it took me a month or two to kind of like get into the swing of there. So like I got a little bit slowed down by those things, but like they're good things, right? Like I'm not complaining. I'm happier like at my new position. But it took me longer than I anticipated to make this course. So after all this work, I finally finished the course. The last lesson went live this morning. It's an 8 week blueprints course. We start from absolutely zero. So the first lesson is called What's a Game Engine? So like you're coming into this with like I don't have any assumptions that you know what you're doing, that you've used Unreal Engine before. If you have, the first 2 weeks are probably going to be a little bit mostly review. But I still recommend going through them because you probably will pick up something anyway, because a lot of other content creators don't like go into the details of the why. In the course, we make 4 prototypes. So this game is called, I even forgot what we were doing because I've just been talking so long. This game in the course, it's weeks 3 and 4. It's called Haunted House, and it's basically like the framework for a survival horror game. And so we, I gotta get some bullets. we start from we make this we make this game. You get to see some aliens over here. Let me find one. You can see his little glowing eyes. Let me get close so it scares you. What's it gonna look like? Ah, it's an alien. Oh man, my frame rate's terrible right now. So yeah, we make this game in the course. We make 4 games throughout the course of the 8 weeks. And then by the end of the course, the hope is that you have a pretty good understanding of how Unreal Engine works that you can build upon to make more games, or continue to develop these ones. Yeah, so that's the course. It's 100% free on YouTube. I make $0 off this course, so it's not like I'm sitting here trying to like get you to buy something. It's free. If you like it, it's there. Like, use it, enjoy it, like learn from it, join the community, talk to people, like engage. But the hope is that, like, I know a lot of people get frustrated by content creators. I won't name any specifically, but feel free to throw some names in the chat. But I'm not trying to talk bad about other content creators, but there are some content creators that are just like, they're just trying to get clicks, they're trying to get likes, they're trying to get people to watch their videos, but they actually don't really give good advice. And I feel like I just keep saying the same thing over and over again. But when you're first starting to learn something, you don't have any frame of reference to tell like what's good advice and what's bad advice, right? So like one of the people in my Discord said, like, I was trying to fix something on my car, and I was like, I'll go to YouTube, and I searched like what I was trying to fix, and there was like 50 videos, and I was like, oh, I'll just watch a couple of them and kind of get an understanding of what they're trying to do. And like, they all gave different advice, and he's like, I don't know what I'm doing, so I don't know which one's actually good advice. So like, as a beginner, you don't have any frame of reference to say like that's good advice or that's bad advice, and it's really frustrating when content creators are like telling you to do something and you just don't know if it's actually good. So my course, I spent 6 months reading the documentation, doing research, went through a bunch of other courses to try to figure out like, what do they do well, what do they not do well, like what could I do better, what could I take from these courses. And I basically made this course. It's 100% free. I think it's a good course. The feedback that I've gotten has been, most of the people that go through it say like, hey, this has been really helpful, this has been really good, I really like the way you break things down. So if you want to learn Unreal Engine, if you want to learn game dev, hey, it's free. Like, if you don't like it, like, I'm not going to be mad. Like, I hope you do, but like, hey, give me some feedback if you don't like it, because I'd like to know what I can do better. But for the most part, I think it's a good course, and I'm hoping that other people feel the same way. So the point of this stream is to celebrate the completion of this course, basically. And all that, I forgot what we were doing. Oh, we were trying to make this thing not so giant. I mean, I could just redo it and make them small, but like, I actually want to solve the problem. I don't just want to put a band-aid on it. The thing I don't get is like, oh, you know what? Maybe it's because let me try this. Because we just get like here, we're just binding it to the image, right? How do I make it so that that doesn't? I mean, like, I could do this. Let's just do it this way. I'm sick of fighting with it. And I need to move on to the next project, the last project. Create binding. Yeah. Image. What do we want? We want a slate brush. So let's. Hey, thank you. Thanks for following. Yeah, join the Discord if you haven't already. I hope you enjoy the course. If you get stuck, please reach out. But I hope that you won't have to. Image. I think I actually broke it doing this, but let me just check. Oh yeah, totally broke it. Let's recombine. Make brush. Make slate brush. Thirty-two. This is not the best way to do this, just as a caveat. Oh, that's why. Break. Now I'm just hoping they're not giant. They're not giant, but they look really bad. Yeah, so please fight. Yeah, I did apply for an Epic Mega Grant, actually. One of the weird things about Epic is they I've actually sent several emails to Epic about a variety of things, and they never give any feedback. I've never gotten an email back from Epic that says we agree, here's some money, or we do not agree, and here's why. It's like a void. And I'm wondering if that's just the way they do business, or maybe I'm not doing it right. I don't know, but it's happened on multiple occasions. You just don't get any feedback. It's really weird. Maybe we want 64 then. Maybe this is how to do it. That looks not as bad. I'm wondering what is going on here though. How big is it? How big is this one? It's 64. So why is it getting all wonky on me? Yeah, thanks. Please check out the course. Like I said, I don't get anything out of it if you do or don't. I mean, I get views, but it's not like I'm making money off of this, right? I'm hoping really the whole point is just I wanted to create a resource for people that want to learn from. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm the best instructor. I'm not going to sit here and say that I know Unreal Engine better than anybody else. As you could tell from what I'm doing now, I struggle just like anyone else, right? A lot of it's just trial and error, hey, figure this out. Does it work? The beauty of the course though is that I have the magic of editing, so I can edit out all the times that I screw things up. and break things and just make it look like I'm a genius and I know everything from scratch. But the truth is, no one does. No one does. I bet people even at Epic are like, I don't know how that works. Let's go watch Jim Douglas's YouTube channel. He'll show us. Whatever. This one's good enough, right? I didn't do anything this hour. All the other ones, I'm like, hey, I know, I'm going to show you all this cool stuff I'm going to do. This one, I was like, I could make a widget. Look at my widget. Anyway, what I wanted to do is fix these stupid widgets because they look terrible. Kind of fixed them. Kind of not really. But at least now you can see what they are. It's not just that robot, right? Also, the shotgun looks the same as the rifle. Can't tell which one's which. But yeah. All right. So we're almost at the top of the hour, which means it's time to move to the last project. And for the last hour of the stream, I will be showing you the project that we make in weeks 5, 6, and half of 7. So the way the course works, week 1 is like really basic stuff about Unreal Engine. We make a game called Ball Maze, which if you go back and watch this live stream, I talk about that the first hour. And we're learning just the basics of Unreal Engine. Then week 2, we make a game called Bug Squash, which I did in the second hour of this stream. And that is like a tower defense type game. Still kind of like building upon that knowledge slowly, but you know, a little bit more complex, not terribly complex. If you've worked in Unreal Engine before, weeks 1 and 2 are probably going to be a lot of review. You'll still learn some things, I think, because I think I go a little bit more into the why, but the why you do things instead of how to do them. But a lot of it's going to be review. I still recommend doing the projects. I think they're good learning opportunities, and at the very least, like, it cements that knowledge, right? And maybe you learn something, maybe you figure out, something that I could do better too. Weeks 3 and 4, we make a game called Haunted House, which is the project that I was just in. And that's learning about level design principles. We learn a little bit about AI. We learn about, but a big part of that is learning how to make blueprints or actors and classes talk to each other. And not just by like saying like get actor of class and then just like trying to do it that way. We learn about event dispatchers and interfaces, which are scalable ways to get your blueprints to talk back and forth, to send messages to each other. Makes for some scalable programming. Maybe it is. Yeah, it could be that. That could be it. I don't know. I thought I overrode it, but I don't know. But yeah, like interfaces and event dispatchers, like I talk about them in week 4 of the course. This is like a huge part about making scalable programs. So if you've been working in Unreal Engine before and you don't know about these things, you may have gotten to a point where you're like, I set up a system where, like, let's say a player kills an enemy and then that enemy dies, right? And you want something to happen when the enemy dies. And so you go in your game mode and you maybe program some function, and then when the enemy dies, it does something. And then you're like, okay, that works. Now I need to make a second enemy. And when you make that second enemy, you find yourself reprogramming all the same stuff that you just did. That's probably because you should have used an event dispatcher or an interface, or even, some principles of object-oriented programming like inheritance or encapsulation. So you get in this situation where you're like recoding things a bunch of times and you're like redoing the same thing over and over again. So in week 3 and 4, we learn about like how to make that not happen. Like basically you program something once and then you can use it over and over again. And I'll give you an example here in this project. So let me play this game. We make this game in weeks 5, 6, and half of 7. And then we go back in week 8 and we do some touch-ups on all the projects. So part of that is this game touching up some things. So it's like a lot of games you've probably played before. We can pick a level. I'll start with this one. Oh, we can go to ship select. We can pick what ship we want. Oh, why did that happen? Oh, I know why. Blowing up my ships. I know why though. Putting bugs in my game without remembering that I put them in there. So we can start this level. It's because like I'm using a function to get rid of the old ship, and so yeah, you've probably played a game like this, or at least seen a game like this. You know, I can pick up this thing, and it lets me pick an upgrade for my ship. So I can pick a missile launcher. I'll do that because this one's too powerful. And then these enemies are just gonna spawn into the world, and I gotta like kill them. But notice like I have my laser cannon, right? That's shooting these like blue lasers straight. I just want to make sure you guys can actually see that. But I also have a missile launcher, which is shooting missiles that can home in on things, right? Let's do armor refill because I think I'm about to die. So see, those missiles are like homing in on the enemies. Now, one of the things that I did by using event dispatchers, by using interfaces, yeah, by having good inheritance, having good object-oriented principles, is I programmed it in a way where there is a function on my ship that creates a that fires the weapon, but it fires the weapon regardless of what weapon it is. So an example I like to use a lot, this is actually, oh, here we go. Let's get this power cannon. This shoots these giant rockets that wreak havoc on the enemies. If I were to have a gun, right? Like a real gun in real life, and I pull the trigger, essentially what's happening is me, the human, or the person, or the operator, is pulling that trigger. Oh no, I died. I lost everything. I can't talk and do this at the same time. Anyway, here we go. I wanted to just show you that that we're firing the weapons, right? So I'm pulling the trigger, but the gun is firing the bullet. I'm not like reaching inside the gun and like hitting the bullet, right? And even then, like even if I was doing that, the bullet like fires it, you know, it lights the charge or the gunpowder that's in the bullet, and then that bullet like flies out of the barrel, right? But I'm not like grabbing the bullet and like throwing it, right? I'm pulling a trigger and all that stuff just happens. So if we were to talk through that in programming principles, the player is like pulling the trigger or clicking the mouse or pushing a button on the controller, and then we're sending a message to, in this case, I'll just show you. It's quite interesting in this one specifically. So we have this class called player camera, and where is it? Again, remember, I'm really bad. Look at this mess. I'm so bad at commenting my code. So I just always end up like looking for things. There we go. Fire. So we have an input action. We're using the new enhanced input system and Unreal Engine 5.2, I think. 5.2 probably. It might be 5.1, but I think it's 5.2. So we have this action that's triggered when I click the mouse, right? Then it's going to get the ship. So the ship is different than this player camera. So I'll show you, like, if I play the game. The player camera is what's moving me through the level. So see, I'm like moving through the level, but like I can move the ship independently of that. So the player camera is following a rail. I'll show you. Let me go to one of the levels. And then no. So there's this thing called BP track. You can see it's just a spline that goes up the center of the level. And the camera is following that track. And we can see in 1-3, why does it keep wanting to save? Like, what did I do on here? I didn't do anything. Anyway, look at this one. See, this spline is like winding through this canyon, right? So I create BP track, and then my BP camera is gonna follow that spline through the level. So it lets me like have some pretty interesting levels like this one where it looks like I'm like winding through this canyon, right? Why can't I kill those enemies? Anyway. So that's what BP camera is doing. BP camera is technically the player. So if we go to our game mode, I'm jumping around a lot, I know. I'll get there though. I'll get to the point, I promise. See, default pawn class is BP camera. So BP camera is what's handling that input. But then we're gonna get a player ship, and the ship is the actual ship in the level. And we're going to call fire weapons on the ship, or stop firing weapons on the ship. This gets an array of all the active weapons. So as we pick up weapons, they're getting added to an array. And then for every weapon in the array, we're gonna fire. We're gonna call start firing, which is an interface. So what an interface does is it allows me to have a different behavior on every weapon. So every weapon can have its own, oh man, I just like shook my whole desk. Every weapon can have its own behavior, and the ship is gonna send this, see this little envelope? That means it's sending a message. It's gonna send a message, and it honestly does not care what happens after that. It's just like, hey, I sent you the message. You can do nothing. That's fine. I don't care. But I'm just telling you to do your thing. And this is how interfaces work. They just like send a message and it's done with it. It's like a one-way communication. And then each weapon will handle its own functionality. So this is how we could have the rocket launchers that handle the firing very differently than the laser cannon, and we could have a power weapon. We could have a variety of things that all can do their own thing independently of like what's telling it to do it. And this is like a really big principle of object-oriented programming and making scalable games. Like, you just want to program things and where like each thing is handling its own functionality. Like another example I give is, I actually had a video on this a while ago. I probably should redo it. But like if you work in like a coffee shop, let's say, and you got someone like running the register, and you have a barista making coffee. The customer comes in, they place their order, and the barista, or the person running the register, just puts in the order into the register, and then it sends a message to the barista. This is how to make this coffee. Like, this is the coffee that was ordered. The person running the register isn't gonna like go start making the coffee. They're just gonna send a message like, hey, this is what the person ordered, and then the barista is gonna start making the coffee. So those two things like are separated. And this is a principle of object-oriented programming. So we start firing, and then each weapon, let's go to the weapons now. We'll start with the laser cannon. Is there actually, oh, weapon base, so we need that one. Let's close this. Weapon base. Great analogy, thank you. I agree. So weapon base, here's that interface that we talked about, start firing. And so this weapon base is just going to do this functionality, right? It's going to take that interface that we called back on player ship. This is this one, start firing. Here it is on the weapon. We're passing in some information. This isn't relevant. We do this later in the course, but like we can ignore this for right now. And then we call a function called spawn projectile. And this is going to, like, now some coffee. Yeah, I got mine. But then here's like where it even like gets a layer deeper into like object-oriented programming. The weapon is spawning a projectile, and then that projectile is doing its own thing. So like my missile launcher, I go to my missile launcher, rocket launcher, it's firing BP rocket, and BP rocket is handling the homing behavior. So there's a projectile movement component that you can add on to an actor, and it acts like a projectile just out of the box. You don't need to program this. You don't need to like figure out the physics of things. Like throw this component on there and then you set up everything, right? You set the speed, rotation, whether you want gravity on it. Yeah, all this stuff is just like built in. So again, we were coming back to like, if I'm building a house, I'm not gonna go make my own hammer. I'm just gonna buy a hammer at the hardware store. Like this is already there, just use it. Like you don't need to program this. They already did it for you. You just gotta throw it on here. Now you have a projectile. But there's this thing called is homing. So on my rocket, I have this selected. But if I go to my projectile base, which is what the laser fires, homing is off. So even though like both these weapons are kind of doing the same thing, they're both like firing something. Weapon base is firing projectile base. Laser cannon is firing projectile base. Rocket launcher fires rocket. And similarly, power rocket, power cannon is firing power rocket. So each weapon can have its own projectile and its own behavior. Like the power cannon fires slower, like it's only got a 0.8 second fire rate. The rocket has a no, I can't find it. No, I don't want the rocket. I want the rocket launcher. The rocket launcher has a 0.5 second fire rate, so it's only going to fire 2 every second. The weapon base has a 5 fire rate, so it's going to fire 5 every second. So each of those can handle their own functionality, but the player's ship doesn't care about any of that. It's just saying like, hey, all of you, every one of you, start firing. And then each weapon starts its own firing behavior. And this is like a huge part of object-oriented programming. But yeah, what was I doing? Man, these monologues. I'm telling you, I if there was a career in, maybe YouTubing is a career in monologuing. Maybe I found my true calling in life. Just doing monologues all day on YouTube. All right. What did I want to fix on this one? There's a million things to fix. You know what like has frustrated me? Yeah. Because I can just ignore you guys. I mean, that's not very fun, right? I think part of it is like you guys can be like, hey, shut up. Like this frustrates me about this project. Like these stupid... All right, so this is another thing about this. You can see here, there's another, like this is the one that we're in, but see this one, Space Fighter Proto? Before I record any of the lessons for my course, I prototyped the projects to actually make sure that I could make the game that I was telling you to. What I didn't want is to get like 10 lessons into it and then realize like the project that I was making actually doesn't work. So I prototyped everything before I started recording the lessons, and to make sure it works. On my prototype, these ships. So the problem is, like, I'm spawning these ships from these little arrow things here, and look, they're at 0, like they're at 0 on the Z, but and like my BP track is at 0 on the Z. So in the prototype, this worked, that everything was like on a flat plane, and they would all just like stay there, so like you can interact with them. But for some reason, when I remade the game for the course, the ships sink, like they fall. And before you say disable the gravity, trust me, I tried that. I haven't looked at everything, but I cannot figure out why this is happening, and it's driving me crazy. I'm currently trying to link chapter scaling, character scaling. So in the end, the character isn't the same size like it was in the beginning. So you're saying, like, as the player gets hit, they shrink or grow? Also, like, what do I have that needs to be saved? Choose files to save. Just this one. I don't know what change I made to that, or if I even wanted to make that change. Yeah, all right. Let's see if we can prototype this. So this is actually the problem that you're having. What I would imagine is a problem I had a lot in the beginning, and that is, well, let's just kind of talk through it, I guess. Hang on, I'm thinking. I want to go back here. I can't think if I do it anywhere in here, but so essentially you start with a character, and let's just say it's 1 unit tall, and as it gets hit, let's say if it's at like 10% health, it's at 10% size. I don't know. Join my first game, it's spreading, so a flame is getting smaller and bigger. Its HP bar, it's pretty well. Yeah, that's interesting. I like it. It's spreading. So it's a flame. So a flame is getting smaller. So I'm guessing, like, if the flame is at your character is at full health, they can spread the flame more efficiently, and like as they get hit, it spreads less efficiently based upon how big they are. I'm guessing. I don't know. Just a guess. But hell, let's see if we can prototype this. New level. Yeah, an enemy's water will attack you and shrink you. Okay, that's fun. For this, let's just make a new game mode. What the hell? I'm the character, I think. Oh, I need to set this to test. I have no controls. Let's go in here. Let's add a spring arm so we can see what's going on. Let's add a camera. Watching, man, that's funny. Let's do 50 and 50. How much time we got? We got 40 minutes. All right, we can still only take like 10, I think. Let's make the mesh a sphere. There's no sphere. Let's use this one then. What am I doing? Alright. Is this working? Whoa. Close your eyes, man. Oh, man. Why? Why are you trying to look at his butt, man? Yeah, so I think I actually know what the problem is. I just want to prototype it so I can show you what is going on here, though. You don't want that. Close your eyes. Oh, there we go. All right. Oh, it's because I already had one in the world. So I was colliding with that one. All right, now we're too far away. All right, just for like prototyping, I'm gonna do like a 1. I'm gonna do a 2. And we will get my mesh, and I'm gonna say set world scale. Let's do the same thing on both. No. Unreal Engine, why you gotta be so crazy? Alright. Let's see if this works. So 1 should go smaller, 2 should go smaller, 1 should go back to normal. All right. But what you want to do is you want to have this driven by like the health variable. So let's make a function. Let's make a variable called health. Let's make an integer. Let's make the starting value 10. And we want to do some math, right? So we basically want this to be driven by a percentage of health from 10, right? So if max health is 10, we can plus multiply. So yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just thinking through this really quick. Promote to a variable. Starting scale. You can actually make this a integer. So actually, like, here's what we can do. We can actually just delete all this. Oh, I should use set world scale instead of set actor. Maybe is the solution already? I mean, this is how I would do it. Here's the thing, like, and I say this a lot, right? In my course, I say it. As problems get more complex, there becomes more solutions to them. It's not like math where there's only one way to do something, although sometimes there is. One of the things that you want to be careful of if you're doing like this. So actually, let's just do this. I want to call this its own function, and it's going to be called set character scale. And here, I want to get health. I want to increment it, and then here I want to decrement it. If I spent more time on this, I would probably come up with a better solution too, but just for the sake of prototyping something quickly, let's just do it this way for fun. And let's close Visual Studio because I don't need you. All right, so this would be like filling the damage, filling the health, and this would be like losing health, right? And then we're gonna set the scale based upon a multiple of health. So the health starts at 10. Oh, also, just we should probably have a check here. Let's just put a quick check. Is health less than 10? Because we don't want this to go like, or maybe you do, but if you don't want to, like, if you want a max size that this thing could get, then let's set that. Then here, let's do another check, branch. And this one is going to check if health is less than or equal to 0. And if it is, see if this works. 1, 2, oh, no. What did I do wrong? Set world scale. Is your starting skill? Yes, thank you. Thank you. Oh man, why'd that go so big? You're dead. So that's 2, that's 1. I don't know why that's getting, you know what I probably want to do is set this to 0.1. There we go. Now we're getting it. He's so tiny. And then he's dead. And then he's bigger. So yeah. And I can keep jamming on it and it won't get any bigger than that because I set that max value. But like if you're having, like if you're using, for instance, the collision channel here to like spread your fire, you actually want to set the scale of this instead. So like that would be using this one instead. I don't know how you're doing it for your game. When I do that, notice that like the camera's moving though, because I'm actually like making making everything smaller, which means where the spring arm is also getting smaller. But you could even do something like what's it called? Target arm length. Target arm length. What's the default? 1000. So let's do times 100. Dead. So as it gets smaller, like you're actually like zooming in at the same scale, so like the world looks like it's getting bigger. Player character, yeah. It's up to you. I mean, there's a million ways you could do it, right? But for a quick down and dirty, you could do it this way. Yeah. You could even like do some crazy stuff where like you like this has this field of view, so you could do like this will create. Let's just do this. This will be fun. This is great for the stream, right? Just doing things on the fly, having fun. That's the whole point, right? That's the point. So our default was 90, right? So let's do this. 9. I don't even know what this is gonna do, but it sure is probably gonna like trip me out. So now it's actually like, whereas before, like if we disconnect this, notice how it like just looks like we're zooming in, but with doing this, yeah, see how it looks just a little bit different. Yeah, man, let's do it. We're having fun. This is the whole point of the stream today. I just really wanted to like, I feel good. I'm celebrating. I did it. I completed my course. We're just having fun. Just doing little things. You're gonna put it on my, let's see. I haven't been checking the Discord because I've been trying to talk to people. Lots of new people. Wow, that's great. That's great. This is great. If you're not on the Discord, throw it on there, man. Let's see it. Here, I'll put the link again for people that are new or just showing up. But I'm doing things manually because I don't know how to do things not manually yet with streaming. I'm still learning to stream. I've just barely learned how to make a YouTube, you know, blueprints. Wow. I'm really sorry. That's rude. Wow, rude. Hey, can I share this on the stream? It's cool if you say no. I'm not doing it to be rude also. I'm not doing it to be rude. I want to show how we can go from making like it's also kind of small. I think you're doing a lot of other stuff in here too, right? It looks like you're setting like the color of the flame maybe. So it's not really fair to say like, I just wasn't expecting it. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be a jerk. I just wasn't expecting it. Oh, there's a lot of print strings. Some of the nodes aren't even connected. All right, let's do this. You know what I'll do is I'll save the image. And then I'm just going to open that image. Because it's also kind of like small the way it comes up. So maybe this will help. All right, are we seeing that? I can kind of get a little bit. All right, so it's all print strings. Looks like you got your health here. Add life, remove life. So yeah, you're doing like those checks I said, like you're checking to make sure you're not like at, like when you're at full health. Honestly, like this isn't bad. You just got a lot of print strings. I don't know what all the print strings are for. Get player character, get, what is this? It's mostly print strings. You got some stuff that's like disconnected. Set scale. So you're already doing that. New scale, you got some math down here. Why were you using just the, oh, min max? Get actor scale times current scale times 1. I mean, if we take the print strings out, you're not far from what I had, right? There's honestly, I laughed because I wasn't expecting it. But I'm not, like, honestly, you're not far from what I have. If we cut out some of this like extra stuff that looks like you're just like this one here isn't even connected, so it looks like you were trying to debug some stuff at some point. Maybe you got a lot of print strings, but if we take all of that out, you're not far from what I had, like, honestly. So I wasn't laughing like this is really bad. It was more just like I wasn't expecting it. But like you're pretty close. I don't think you were far off from what I did. But like, here's the thing, like with this, I mean, really all this extra stuff was me just having fun, right? So let's get rid of that. We just look at this, right? This is my function, right? And here, because I made it into a function, what I'm doing is I'm setting the health, right? Because that's something completely different. So I'm like either getting health or I'm losing health. And then I'm setting the scale as something separate. This is a separate function, but because I did it this way, I can use it for both. I don't have to like rewrite the same code. I mean, I could like pull this out and put it down here, right? But then what happens is, now if I need to change something, like let's say someone did say like, hey, you know what'd be really cool is if we could change the boom length and the field of view based upon the health too, to make it look like the character is like actually shrinking in the world, right? Now, if I didn't set this up as a function, I got to do that twice. I got to write it twice. So this is where, you know, I try really hard to talk about it a lot in my course of just like, you know, let's make things so that we only have to do them once. It makes you a better programmer. It makes you start thinking of like how to put things in boxes. Like a function should be a box that you can open, take something out, put something in, maybe do both, and then it's done. Like you just put it away, and then, you know, it's like a single use kind of thing. But everything should happen within the function that needs to happen. And now, if I am someone who's never worked on this project before, like let's say we called this a function called max health, because I think you actually had something like this in yours, right? And let's duplicate this, and let's call this gain health. Let's call this lose health. Now, if I were to give this to someone who's never seen this project before, how to make it rumble? Good question. let's. I just want to talk through this. So, I've never seen this game before. I'm new to the game. I'm new to the project. Hey, Jim, like, we got this guy. We got this function. Can you just add some additional stuff to it? I'm going to open this up and I'm going to see, all right, so, and this wouldn't be one, right? We were doing this for debugging purposes. But I can look at this and I could say, all right, so this would be called like, maybe there's an event that like when I pick up I don't know, in your game, what is it, gas? Let's call it a gas can, right? I want to make my flame bigger. So I pick up a gas can. So this would be maybe an event called pick up gas can, or maybe all of this is called from the gas can, or maybe we have, I don't know, whatever. So we get some gas and this would be called get gas can. So I'm going to look like, all right, my health is less than my max health. I'm going to gain health. I'm going to set the character scale. I'm going to look in here. I'm going to be like, all right, so we're just setting the scale, doing some stuff to the camera. All right, cool. I get that. All right, so what is this? All right, this one loses health. Oh, when you do the same thing based upon the health, right? I can read this in like 20 seconds. If I look at this, even if we take the print strings out, right? It's not like evidently clear what we're doing here. Like the longer I look at it, the more I can pick out like, all right, so this is doing this is doing that. I get this. But it's like, it's going to take some time to try to understand what's going on. So yeah. And obviously, cleaning up the code is second, right? You even saw me, like, I knew I was going to reuse that piece of code, so I made it a function, but a lot of times it's just me like winging it until I get it to work and then I go clean it up afterwards, right? But yeah. So yeah, hopefully this was helpful. I don't know if it was. But yeah, all we're doing is just, we have a starting scale and then we have a multiplier. And that multiplier is the health that we can add or remove. Yeah, thanks for joining the show, Screen Apple. Yeah, so Dr. Express was humble enough to show us his blueprint, and I appreciate the willingness to share it with people. The intent, wasn't to try to pick apart his code. He's doing something for a game jam, which already just by default is going to be a mess. Game jams, a lot of times you're just like, hey man, we just got to make it work. I don't care how it looks, just make it work. So yeah, I appreciate him sharing with everyone. Hopefully I was able to help. Yeah. Hey man, it happens. But yeah. So we were able to do that pretty quickly. We lost the music. I talked so long that the music gave up on me. It was like, shut up, man. What kind of music do we want? I think I've tried some of these and they're just like kind of lame. This one's okay, I guess. We only got a few minutes anyway. We got like 15 minutes. Wouldn't know why I shouldn't. I think like one of the things that, and this is why I try to like do some live streams from time to time, because when you're watching my course, it's really easy to think like, man, Jim's got it all figured out. He knows exactly what to do. He knows how to like do things from nothing. He made these awesome 4 projects. What a hero. What an awesome guy, right? The streams are my attempt at least to show you I don't know what I'm doing. No one does, right? I have the magic of video editing on my side. These projects, like it's about 16 hours if you were to like start it and just let it run through. It's about 16 hours of actual footage. There are hundreds of hours of footage that I edited. Hundreds. there are videos that I had to redo 3 or 4 times. Like there was one video in week 5, I can't remember. I recorded it 4 times by the time I got it right, because I just kept like getting stuck, or something wasn't working right, and I would just like, there's hours of footage that I edit out of me just like troubleshooting something, and then finally I just like end the recording. Like, I am no better than any one of you. Every single person, I think, because of the beauty of Unreal Engine, because of the beauty of Blueprints, not needing to understand like how code works, you can start from nothing and you can make a fun game, which is like the awesomest thing. Like when I was a kid, this just didn't exist, right? You couldn't make your own games. Like it just didn't exist. And so like having this tool is just so awesome, and I've loved every minute of learning Unreal Engine, and I'm just so happy that I can share that with people too. Like, you know, it's a great experience to create this course. And I was saying in the Discord, like, one of the funnest things was editing people's footage of the games they made together. Like, that was probably one of the highlights of making this course. But it's the second to last lesson in the course. I asked for inputs from the community. People gave me clips of them playing their games. A couple people actually gave me a copy of the game so I could play it myself, which was fun in its own way. But like, seeing what people have been able to do with this course is amazing. And like, there's been so many people that have like done cool things I would have never thought of, and like, that's the beauty of it. Like, I don't want people to make carbon copy versions of my projects. Like, if that's what you're doing, you're just following me like step by step, like, that's not fun. And that's what I think a lot of courses do. They're like, hey, here's where we're gonna make this game, and you're gonna follow me step by step. It's like, just go to their GitHub and download the repo, and you save yourself 100 hours of work, you know? Yeah. But you know, I just started from nothing too. So anyone can learn. You know, if you want to use my course, it's out there, it's free. It's a resource. I'll link it again. I can't remember the last time I did, so it's probably a good time as people are coming and going. Yeah, this is a link to my course. I just finished the last lesson uploaded this morning. So this stream was just to celebrate and enjoy that and show some of the work that we do in the course to people that maybe weren't familiar with it. But yeah, I think it's a great place to start if you really want to learn how to make your own games. But yeah, I kind of love it. Yeah, you know, no one does, man. No one knows what all the, like, give me a list of every node in Unreal Engine. No, nobody does. Like, even you saw, like, when I was doing this one, like, I wanted to set field of view, right? So what did I do? I was like, all right, what is it called? It's called field of view. And then I just said field of view. Set field of view. That's a node, right? So I can do that. The best way to learn is just by experimenting, by trying new things, by just game jams are actually a great place to do that, because you're going to be presented with some really interesting challenges that you just gotta like figure it out. Game jams are just like scrappy. It's like a street fight. Like, there's no rules. Well, there's some rules, but like, you know, no one's gonna like get mad if you like, you know, cut some corner somewhere. You know, maybe a street race is a better example. I don't want to condone violence here, but yeah, like, you know, you're just trying to like figure things out, and like, nobody's gonna like look at your code. They're just gonna be like, does it work? Is it fun? That's all I care about. But yeah, we got a few minutes left. I'm gonna sign off in 10 minutes. But if anybody has any questions, anybody wants to like talk through something, anybody wants to see one of the projects again, like if you're going through the course, you're like, hey, how did you do that again? Can you show me that again? I got like 10 minutes, you know, I can hang out. If you just have general Unreal Engine questions, you want some life advice, this last 10 minutes is yours. I'm done talking about myself. This is also probably the most people I've ever had watching, which is kind of a little bit depressing, but for me it's not. For me it's like an achievement. Yeah. So I will talk a little bit about myself because I can't help it. But I want to tell a story about the first game dev experience I ever had, and I've told this before on the stream. But Sonic the Hedgehog 2. You want to hear about my guitar, all right? Sonic the Hedgehog 2 came out in 1993 or 1994 or something, and there was this debug code. Now back then there was no internet. You just like learned things through like magazines or like through your buddies. There's this debug code that they put into the game so they could like play test it, and basically it gave you access to like the game engine that Sonic the Hedgehog is built upon. And you could go look this up. I'm not lying. Like, but you could actually put this code in, and it would give you access to the game engine, and you could like change the levels. Like, you could change the way the levels worked. And my friends and I would just like, for days, like for weekends, for weeks, like summer vacation, we would just sit in Sonic the Hedgehog and just like make our own levels, and then like try to beat each other's levels. And it was just like so much fun to just like be able to create something from nothing. I remember that, like I remember it often, like, man, like it was just, I feel like that was like the first chance I ever got to like think like, man, maybe I could do this. But like Unreal Engine didn't exist, not in this way, at least in 1993 or 1994. Like, this is an amazing tool, and I hope that, you know, I hope I've inspired some people to learn it and you know, realize their own dreams. You know, I'd love to see what work you're creating. So if you join the Discord and you want to show what you're working on, like it doesn't even have to be my course, it could be someone else's course, but like just seeing people's ideas and like the creative expression is really amazing to me. But yeah, I used to be a much, this is a crappy Ibanez electric guitar. I used to play a lot more music. This one's actually, this one's a Martin. This is a nice guitar. That other one's a piece of crap. But I used to play a lot of music. I keep them around just in case my daughter wants to pick it up someday. But you didn't exist. Yeah. But yeah, I used to play a lot of music. I was in a band for my early 20s, and had a lot of fun doing that. And when I joined the military, it was kind of like just impossible to be in a band, basically, in any real way. But I played for a lot of years. I don't play anymore just because my hands hurt after like 5 minutes. But yeah, I played in a band for a few years. Well, for most of my like teens and early 20s, and then I joined the military and kind of just wasn't really a thing after that. It's really hard like to have any semblance of a normal life when you're in the military. So but yeah, I love the Martin. I've had it for like 10 years now. It probably needs a tune up, but it sounds really good. I'm not like a huge fan of the like the pickup inside. It sounds like hollow. I actually have a Ovation electric guitar, or an Ovation acoustic guitar, that like live doesn't sound as good, but when it's like plugged in, and like just like the acoustic sound of it doesn't sound that good, but like the pickup sounds way better than the Martin, which is funny because it's like half the price. But yeah. Hey, I just want to say thanks again to everyone who showed up today to celebrate. I got a couple minutes left, so I'm just going to plug the channel one more time. I have a YouTube course that teaches Unreal Engine basics from the ground up, It's an 8-week course. It's on YouTube, 100% free. Here's the link. So if you haven't checked it out, please check it out. Like I said, it's going to teach you a lot about Unreal Engine. It's not going to teach you everything. I think that's impossible for a course, but definitely check it out. Check out the Discord. Link up with some people. I'm going to be doing a lot more. Now that the course is done, I'm going to try to spread out a little bit, do a lot more things that are not related to the course. I've been pretty much spending all of my free time on that course. So once that's done, I'm going to try to do some different types of content for my channel. I'm going to be doing some things, some events through the Discord to try to, get people motivated, keep people, working on their projects. We're talking about doing some game jams through the Discord. So if that's something you're interested in, feel free to join that as well. Probably do one in the next couple months as a team. And then I might even host one in the near future, maybe over the summer or something. Give people a chance to make their own teams and so check out the Discord, check out the YouTube channel. I'm also working on another course that is bridging the gap between Blueprints and C++. So I found when I was learning Unreal Engine, I learned Blueprints and then I was like, I'll start learning C++, and it was just like such a gap between those two things that I just felt like there needs to be something to fill that gap. So that's the next course I'm working on. That'll be on my YouTube as well for free, hopefully. I haven't decided 100% how I'm gonna put that one out there, but it'll probably just be on free on YouTube because, I'm also working on some other projects that I'll be announcing through the Discord and through the YouTube. Different things with different people. I have a lot of friends that work in the game dev industry that I'm collaborating with, so I'll be announcing some of those things as well. We also just launched a mentorship through the Discord. So when I was first learning Unreal Engine and learning game dev, one of the biggest things that helped me it was like having a rocket strapped to my back, was getting a mentor and making sure that I had someone that I could ask questions and kind of bounce ideas off of and provide really clear guidance. So we're doing mentorship now through the Discord as well. So if you want someone to link one-on-one with, you can head over there and send a message on the mentorship, tag @mentor, and myself. There's currently just me and one other person named Seth, who's way smarter than me and pretty much brilliant. So one of us can mentor you one-on-one. So if that's something that interests you, you could do that through the Discord. And we're also working on some other things for the Discord as well, some other ways to get the community involved and branch out. So yeah, I know I just talked a lot, but yeah, please, continue to develop, continue through the course, reach out if you have any issues. I'm really happy to help out anytime. And thank you so much for all the support. Some of the people on the channel have been really, really helpful at getting the word out there. Someone found me through another Udemy course. Someone found me through a Facebook group. Like there's just, I really appreciate all the people that have been helping spread the word about the channel. My goal really is just to help people. So thank you to those that are helping me achieve that. And with that, I'm gonna go ahead and sign off. It's 1 p.m. and so that's when I told my wife it'd be done. So to make sure that I don't get wife aggro, I'm gonna go ahead and sign off now. But thank you to everyone who showed up and thank you for all the support.